Chapter 22-28. The two great Azuras were slower and more cautious, but they still approached Chu Li step by step. Finally, when they were about 100 meters away, their gazes suddenly landed on Chu Li. Their gazes suddenly became firm, like four swords piercing towards Chu Li. They were sharp and vicious, like hungry wolves that were about to devour him. Chu Li sat on the treetop, swaying with the night breeze. Under the moonlight, he seemed to be one with the ancient tree. It was hard to notice him unless one looked carefully. Chu Li smiled and pointed at one of the great Azuras with his right hand. Swoosh! The sword wheel suspended in the air turned into a ball of silver light and instantly appeared in front of the great Azura, shrouding it. The red mist suddenly appeared. An Azura's heart flashed and disappeared. The great Azura had disappeared. Chu Li pointed at another great Azura with his right hand. The other great Azura was 10 meters away from his companion. When he saw the silver light, his hair stood on end. He was alarmed and turned to run. The further he ran, the better. He did not want to meet Chu Li ever again. However, he ignored the warning and slammed his palm at the silver light. It was a palm that he had condensed all of his energy. Chu Li pointed his sword, and the silver light met the great Azura. Swoosh! The silver light broke through the palm energy and enveloped the great Azura without any resistance. The great Azura roared, and a blood-red light gathered around him. At the same time, he pushed his palm forward to resist the silver light. Immediately after, a cloud of blood mist appeared without a sound. Then, a heart of Azura flashed and disappeared. The night was quiet again. The moonlight still fell on the surroundings like water. The quiet surroundings slowly returned to the chirping of insects. Chu Li closed his eyes again and felt every bit of his body. He deliberately observed them to find out how they could track him. Could it be that the great Azura could perform some secret skill before they died to provide their companion with a source of sensing? The omniscient mirror had been watching them and noticed something strange. When the two hearts of Azura disappeared, two extremely thin red lines floated out. They were so thin that they could not be seen with the naked eye and had no aura. Only the omniscient mirror could see and detect them. The red lines fluttered as if they were moving with the wind. Unfortunately, Chu Li was sitting upwind, and the red thread was slowly approaching him against the wind, trying to land on him. Chu Li did not notice it when he was killing the great Azura earlier, but now that he had noticed it, he naturally would not let them get any closer. His figure swayed as he evaded the two red threads, but the red threads were relentless and continued to chase after him. Although they were slow, they were constantly swimming around. Chu Li beckoned for the 9 swords to return. 8 of them returned to the sword case, while the regal heaven sword returned to his scabbard. Then his body shot out like lightning and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye to avoid the two red threads. In one breath, he ran to a forest 100 li away and sat on a tree. As soon as he took a breath, his expression turned solemn. The two red threads were still chasing after him, and they were even speeding up. It seemed that as the distance between him and them increased, their speed also increased. After a while, they arrived at this side of the forest and continued to swim towards him, unyielding and persistent. Chu Li frowned as he stared at them. Using the omniscient mirror, he suddenly focused, thoroughly meticulous. In these two red threads that were so thin that they could not be seen by the naked eye, only the omniscient mirror could detect them. Chu Li actually found a trace of soul energy, as if these two red threads had souls. It was this trace of soul energy that made them recognize him. The god-punishing thunder sword in Chu Li's mind stabbed fiercely. Swoosh! The two thin threads swayed and actually avoided the god-punishing thunder sword. Chu Li's eyes widened. After the god-punishing thunder sword was released, only those who blocked it could not avoid it, but these two thin red threads actually avoided it. He felt that it was strange, so he shot out the god-punishing thunder sword again. They dodged again and suddenly flashed, so fast that Chu Li could not react in time. In an instant, they landed on his body and merged into his flesh and disappeared. Chu Li frowned and examined carefully. The omniscient mirror illuminated his body from inside out, almost to the extent of every cell, but he could not find the existence of the two thin threads. They had completely merged into his body. Chuli sighed. There were all sorts of strange things in the boundless universe. This time, he had truly broadened his horizons. However, he knew that things were not looking good for him. Putting aside the great Azura he had killed earlier, he had already killed 3 great Azuras during this trip to the extraterritorial battlefield. At least 3 red lines had fused into their bodies. The more red threads merged into his body, the stronger they were, the more attractive they would be to the great Azuras. It was like rushing in the middle of the night. His body was glowing, and he could feel it from afar. Those great Azuras who had great ambitions were determined to kill him. He must find a way to destroy this red thread. If he could not destroy it, he must find a way to avoid it, or else it would become more dangerous. When he was doing this, he was multitasking. He was also circulating the sword technique of the 9 swords, accumulating the inner energy condensed from the sword technique into their respective energy seas. He only stopped and rested when the 9 energy seas were full. When the sky had just brightened, Chuli opened his eyes and looked at a certain place thoughtfully. A great Azura had silently approached 100 meters away and was hiding in a pile of rocks. Even though he was sitting on a treetop, he could not see the great Azura in the pile of rocks. His aura was completely integrated with his surroundings. There was not a trace of strange aura or murderous aura. If Chuli did not have the omniscient mirror, he would not have noticed his existence. Chuli shook his head. He knew that he could not do this. Even though his aura was hidden, Chuli could still sense that this great Azura's cultivation level was higher than his. This time, the Azura realm had really gone crazy. In the past, the great Azuras that he had encountered were not as strong as him. Now that his cultivation level had increased by several times, it was reasonable to say that it would be difficult to meet a great Azura whose cultivation level was higher than his. However, the truth was the exact opposite. Almost all the great Azuras that he had encountered along the way were stronger than him. This showed the strength of the Azura realm and the might of the Azuric deity king. This caused those old Azura demons who usually hid themselves to come out and fight for them. These old demons had killed countless people. The Azura power technique was profound, and there were many whose cultivation levels were higher than Chuli's. Those Devis who thought that this was a rare opportunity would probably suffer heavy casualties. It would be fine if the old demons among the Devis were involved. They might be evenly matched. However, most of the sect disciples that he had encountered along the way were young heroes. Could it be that the Heaven-shaped tower did not predict this? He immediately cast aside these worries. He was not a savior, so he could not care so much. It was better to escape with his life first. The heaven-killing sword was unsheathed and flew into the sky. The other 8 swords shot out of the sword case and flew into the sky together with the heaven-killing sword. They formed a sword wheel. As Chuli pinched the sword technique with his right hand, the sword wheel slowly rotated. It spun faster and faster until it turned into a ball of silver light. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Chuli shouted. A thin elder flew out of the rock. His body was strong and his face was gloomy. His eyes were like cold lightning as he stared at Chuli. Chuli shook his head and pointed the sword technique with his right hand. Swoosh! The silver light shot out and instantly enveloped the thin elder. Bang! With an explosive sound, the thin elder was sent flying. He stretched his body in the air in an attempt to escape. Chapter 22-29. Chuli frowned. He opened his 9 chi seas again and shot out 9 sword technique inner energies. The energy in the 9 swords was exhausted and the sword will almost scattered. Chuli scoffed. This old man used a treasure that was so powerful that it could block the 9 swords as one. He should not underestimate the heroes of the world. It was rare to have a truly invincible martial art. The old man adjusted his body in midair and shot at him again. Chuli activated the fundamental technique and pointed his right hand at the old man. He could tell that the old man wanted to perish together with him. so he could not let him have his way. Swoosh! A ball of silver light engulfed the elder, and a cloud of red mist appeared without a sound. A heart of azura flashed, and then disappeared without a trace. A thin red line that was so thin that it could not be seen shot towards Chu Li. It was so fast that Chu Li could not dodge it. Chu Li did not expect the thin line to be so fast this time. He did not have time to dodge it. The red thread penetrated his body. This time, Chu Li's omniscient mirror could see everything clearly. In an instant, it penetrated his bloodstream and dissolved into his blood, disappearing completely. Chu Li frowned and stared at the blood with the omniscient mirror. It flowed through every part of his body and then entered his heart. His heart beat faster, and then there was no other change. Chu Li knew that although it disappeared, it did not disappear. He could not see it, but the azuras could sense it. They could see it clearly like a light at night. He shook his head and sighed. He really had to be careful of these great azuras. He did not expect them to have treasures and use them without hesitation. His figure fluttered, not daring to sit on the treetops again, nor did he dare to sit on the peak of the mountain. He found a deep and dense valley and burrowed into it. Then he sat beside a pool of water beside the valley. During this process, he kept staring at his heart to see if there were any abnormalities. Faced with this red line, the heavenly demonic orb did not react. The true supreme Diamond Supreme scripture and Great Light scripture that always restrained the Azura power technique did not react either. Even a few Buddhas and strange little beasts in his mind did not react. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture also ignored it. For a moment, he actually could not find a way to restrain this red thread. Could it be that he could only watch as it accumulated in his body and become more and more attractive to Great Azura? He did not need to think too much to know that as the number of red threads accumulated, the Great Azuras would be able to sense him further and further away. In the end, he would have nowhere to hide, and all the Great Azuras would be able to sense him. Chu Li suddenly thought of something and laughed. This was both a temptation and a deterrent. With this kind of intense feeling, the weaker Azuras wouldn't come over to throw away their lives. Normally, Azuras didn't fear death. All they had to do was start over again. They were undying and undying. However, this was a critical period, a crucial period where they had a chance to become the Azura deity king. If they died once, it would mean that they would no longer be able to compete for the Azura deity king's position, and they might not be willing to do so. The Azuras were all unwilling to fall behind others. None of them were willing to submit to anyone else, and all of them wanted to become the divine king. Those great Azuras with slightly weaker cultivation levels would definitely look for the weaker ones to kill first. Through killing, they would increase their cultivation levels, and only when they were stronger would they come over to look for him. Chu Li tried his best to derive the flying star technique. He shook his head and could not help but laugh. This was just wishful thinking on his part. The actions of Azuras were not that easy to predict. Because of their different attitudes towards life and death, they could not be viewed with common sense or different logic. He worked hard to cultivate the flying star technique in order to widen his 9C of aura so that it could accommodate more of the 9 swords sword technique's inner energy. This would allow him to release more swords. In the future, he would encounter more great Azuras. When that time came, it might not be a one-on-one battle. If he were to face more than one great Azura, he was afraid that his 9 swords as one would not be enough. Unfortunately, no matter how mysterious the flying star technique was, it could not widen his sea of aura in a short period of time. He had already passed the period where he could advance by leaps and bounds. Now he had reached his limit, and he needed to accumulate it bit by bit. He rested for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, 2 great Azuras slowly walked in. They were very careful and could not see his face. They could only sense him. Before they saw him, they saw the silver light and were extinguished by it. The 2 red lines shot at him in an instant. He leaped and ran away, using his body movement technique to the extreme. In just half a day, he had run 1,000 miles away. Unfortunately, the red lines were as fast as lightning and were not slower than him. In the end, they still caught up to him and merged into his body. Chu Li frowned. He felt his body and could vaguely feel a hint of strength. It was as if these red lines were strengthening his body. Although it was weak, he could still sense it through the observation of the omniscient mirror. After all, his body had already become extremely strong. It had surpassed the limits of a human and reached the level of a spirit beast. Even the most top-notch torso tuning technique was useless to him. It could not strengthen his body anymore. However, these few red lines actually strengthened his body a little. If they were used on ordinary martial arts masters, the strengthening effect on their bodies would be visible to the naked eye. It was extremely attractive. Chu Li shook his head. In the blink of an eye, he thought of many things. The Celestials could actually strengthen themselves by killing Azuras. On the other hand, Azuras could sense these Celestials through these red lines and kill them. At first glance, it seemed like they were spirit pills that strengthened each other's cultivation level. If that was the case, how could the Celestials and Azuras live in peace? After the two great Azuras were killed, Chu Li was quiet for a few days. He stayed in the deep ravine and did not appear. Even when Celestials passed by, he did not show up. The Celestials that passed by had a profound cultivation level, and they were even comparable to Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei. Chu Li was a little worried about the two women, but he could not sense any danger. Moreover, they had void-breaching pearls, so they could escape at critical moments. In the evening, the setting sun dyed the ravine red. Chu Li sat by the pool and fished. Suddenly, his expression changed. He threw the fishing rod away and ran. Like a gust of wind, he climbed up the precipice and flipped to the peak. Then, he rushed out again. He sensed 10 great Azuras rushing toward him like the wind. It was obviously a premeditated encirclement. After a period of hard cultivation, he could perform the 9 swords and won 4 times. If the opponent's cultivation level was too high, he might only be able to perform it 2 or 3 times, or even once. 10 great Azuras were not enough to perform the 9 swords in 1. The first thing he thought of was to escape and defeat them one by one. If they all attacked him at once, he would be in danger. The only way was to use his light body technique to buy time for himself to recover. He shot into the distance like a stream of light. The 10 great Azuras behind him were like a gust of wind as they chased after him. These 10 great Azuras moved almost together and did not split up. It was obvious that they had seen through Chu Li's intentions. Chu Li activated the sacrificial divine power, and his speed increased by a few times. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the 10 great Azuras. They also activated their secret skills to increase their speed and caught up with him again. In the end, after running for a day and a night, Chu Li stopped at the peak of a mountain. Then he stood on a huge rock. A sword wheel was already floating in the void above his head. It was motionless and silent, but it stopped the 10 great Azuras 10 meters away. Their expressions were serious and tense. They slowly spread out to surround Chu Li. Chu Li used his right hand to form a sword gesture and pointed at one of the great Azuras. He could already tell that this great Azura was the leader of this group. He had the highest cultivation level and was quite prestigious. He was a strong contender for the Azura deity king. Thus, he chuckled and said, "Kill." Silver light flashed and instantly engulfed this great Azura. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the clear sounds, the great Azura moved his 10 fingers and deflected the 9 swords one by one. His face was as calm as still water. His aura was like a raging wave. The void seemed to be torn apart by his aura. It was earth-shattering. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. Chapter 2230. The middle-aged Azura looked at Chu Li calmly and said, "The legend of the 9 swords merging into one is true. It's not inferior to the Shenhua sword." Chu Li asked, "Who are you?" "Du Kellen." The middle-aged Azura replied, "Remember this name. You'll know who killed him when you reach the underworld." When he said his name, the other 9 great Azuras bowed, slightly with fanaticism and worship in their eyes. It was as if they were ready to die for him. Chu Li was shocked. Could it be that the Azura deity king had already been born? Du Kellen stepped in front of Chu Li, and the silver light slashed his neck. Swoosh! The 9 swords turned into silver light again and engulfed Deucalion. Deucalion took a step back, and the silver light met the 9 swords. 3 silver lights collided with each other, and there was a clear ding, 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 ding sound. Chu Li fluttered backward and turned to escape. The 9 swords behind him floated above him and formed a sword wheel. They followed him and disappeared from the great Azura's sight in the blink of an eye. Deucalion frowned and was about to give chase. "My lord," one of the great Azuras quickly said, "leave it to us. There's no need for you to do it yourself." "All right." Deucalion looked at them calmly and said, "Don't underestimate him just because I blocked his 9 swords merging into one. Once you attack, you must use a formation. Don't do anything on your own." "Yes." The 9 great Azuras bowed and answered, "Go, catch up to him and kill him." Deucalion said, "The Azura realm will not allow such a person to live." "Yes." The 9 great Azuras shouted and turned to chase in the direction where Chu Li disappeared. Chu Li moved like lightning and kept the omniscient mirror in that direction. When he saw what Deucalion said to the 9 great Azuras, he secretly sighed in relief. However, he felt a slight chill in his heart. No matter how he looked at it through the omniscient mirror, Deucalion's cultivation level was slightly higher. It was not as terrifying as he had experienced it himself. This was the most terrifying part. The 9 great Azuras rushed toward him like a gust of wind. Chu Li ran 200 miles away and stopped in a forest. He quietly watched as they approached. The 9 of them surrounded Chu Li in their respective positions and performed the Azura's palm in the air. Chu Li stomped his foot and the forest shook. A great Azura shouted, "Be careful, it's a formation." The scene in front of them swayed, and the forest turned into a vast ocean. Looking down, they found themselves in the middle of the vast ocean, surrounded by seawater. There was no one on the vast ocean, and they were the only ones swaying with the waves. The waves swayed gently, and he could only sway along with them. His profound cultivation was completely useless here, and he only wanted to paddle with all his might to find the shore or something floating. Unfortunately, there was nothing in the vast sea. They all knew that they were trapped in a formation. Everything was fake, but it was incredibly real. They lowered their heads and drank a mouthful of seawater. It tasted bitter, but it was no different from reality. Furthermore, when it drilled into their stomachs, it was abnormally uncomfortable. Chu Li stood on the treetop as he watched the great Azura's actions. He shook his head and smiled. If the formation could be broken so easily, it would have been a waste of his painstaking efforts to set it up. After all, they were great Azuras, and ordinary formations could not trap them at all. With the help of the astral force, the power of the array formation increased tremendously. It was so real that their facial features were all affected by the array formation. A shooting star finger silently appeared in front of a great Azura. Tisk! A red light flashed in front of the great Azura. Then, the shooting star finger pierced through the great Azura's chest, leaving a bloody hole. The great Azura's physique was special. The great Azura who was hit by the shooting star finger was not bothered at all. Such a small injury was not worth mentioning to him. He could recover in a short while, and it did not weaken his strength. After the bloody hole appeared, his expression suddenly changed. The astral force lingered in his body. The Azura power technique rushed over to devour it, but the astral force was extremely hard. It could not be devoured in a short while, and its progress was slow. Then, another shooting star finger hit him, and another bloody hole appeared. The 2 bloody holes were not far apart. The 2 rays of astral force instantly gathered together and fought against the devouring of the Azura power technique. The 3rd shooting star finger pierced another bloody hole. The shooting star finger increased its power by 1 more ray, and the 3 bloody holes kept bleeding. Although the Azura was immortal, he was still made of flesh and blood. As blood gushed out, the great Azura felt weak and indignant. He screamed, come out, and attack me from the front if you have the guts. You're just a villain who hides in the dark and shoots arrows." Chu Li hit him with another shooting star finger. Trapped in the formation, their 5 senses had been controlled, and they could not sense the shooting starfinger's attack. The great Azura, who had a high cultivation level, was now a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It was a shocking sight. This was the power of the formation. Chuli had thought of a backup plan for the past few days. The formation was one of them, and it could be used to save his life at critical moments. Kellen's appearance made him feel threatened, so he used this formation. There were a few other similar formations. TSK Tisk. After adding another 2 shooting star finger, the great Azura felt his life force being drained. He gritted his teeth and roared, "My lord, I can't serve you anymore. I'll take my leave first." Wait, a voice rang in his ears. Then, a strange force entered his body and quickly expelled the shooting star finger. Once the shooting star finger was expelled, the great Azura's strength was displayed. The bloody hole closed, and the blood stopped flowing. He took a deep breath, and the color on his face returned to normal. Chuli squinted his eyes and looked at Kellen, who had appeared beside the great Azura. Kellen instantly broke through the void and the formation's obstruction. He went straight to the great Azura's side and extended his hand to help him. With that, the 10 people surrounded him again. Chuli's face darkened. The formation was no longer reliable. Although the other 8 great Azuras were still trapped in the formation, they could not trap Kellen. Kellen alone was enough to kill him. "Very good, Chuli." Kellen smiled coldly at Chuli. Chuli stood on the top of a tree. Kellen's calm gaze met his. He was clearly not affected by the formation. Chuli frowned. He took out a jade pendant and tossed it into the sky. The jade pendant immediately turned into a bright light and spread in the sky above the forest. Instantly, the 9 great Azura's expressions changed. They began to channel and wave their hands. They desperately activated the Azura palm and hit their companions around them. They fought each other. Kellen frowned. He could not sense Chuli. He was in the formation and was only relying on his senses. He could not really see Chuli. This time, the formation's power increased greatly. It became more violent, and Chuli's aura became faint. Kellen shook his head. The aura around him suddenly increased, and the surroundings moved even though there was no wind. It was as if an invisible force was destroying the formation. The area within 2 feet of him was dyed red. On the other hand, Chuli's formation was not that easy to break. Even though the area within a 20-foot radius around him was blood red, barren, and the towering ancient trees had all melted away, Chuli's formation continued to operate, causing the 9 great Azuras to kill each other violently and consume their energy. Chuli guided the power of heaven's stars from the sky and channeled it continuously into the formation to maintain its operation. His only hope was to eliminate these 9 great Azuras and weaken Kellen's power. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive. Chapter 22:31. Kellen frowned and pondered, but he did not move. He knew that his subordinate was in a bad situation. The power of this formation was shocking, and he had always looked down on formations. There were not many people in the Grandmaster realm who were proficient in formations. Powerful formations were mostly used to guard sex, and they were rarely used against Azuras. He did not expect to meet a formation master this time. Ordinary formations could not trap him, and only those that were painstakingly set up and took a long time could trap him. However, because of his keen intuition, he could detect the existence of formations and avoid them, unlike this time when he was forcefully trapped. He sighed to himself. It was true that he had to be careful in everything, or else he would fail miserably. Even at this time, he was not worried. No matter how powerful a formation was, it would be useless. The area within 2 feet was his world, and the formation could not invade. As long as he rushed forward, he would be able to break this formation. He strode forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, a strong and strange force collided with the blood-red light. He could not move, and this invisible force had bound him. Hence, he did not give up and urged his inner energy to move forward again. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous collisions, he kept moving forward and was forced back. The power of the formation extracted the energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, Chuli would not be able to suppress Du Kellen with his own strength. Chuli stood at the eye of the formation on the treetop and felt a strong rebound force. If this continued, the formation would be broken by him sooner or later. Du Kellen's cultivation level was too shocking, and the wisest move for him was to escape as far as possible. It would be best if he could leave the extraterrestrial battlefield and come back again when his cultivation level was twice as strong. Unfortunately, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Those red lines had accumulated in his body, and to Du Kellen, finding him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. The more he ran, the more he wanted to chase after him. The only thing he could do now was to fight him head-on and find a way to injure Du Kellen so that he could escape. If Du Kellen was not injured, he would not have a chance to escape. Streaks of star power descended from the stars in the sky and fell into the formation. Chuli had a bad feeling about this, as even the star power could not suppress Du Kellen's power. The energy within 20 feet of his body was extremely strange, as it engulfed everything and nothing could invade it. As soon as the formation's power came into contact with the red mist, it was immediately devoured and turned into the power of the red mist. However, Chuli could not figure out what kind of power the red mist was or how powerful it was. Through the observation of the omniscient mirror, Chuli felt that it was similar to his heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique. It could devour any kind of power, no matter how strong it was. Bam, 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 bam. The heads of the 9 great Asuras were bleeding, and their morale was greatly diminished. Both of them viewed each other as mortal enemies and wished that they could kill each other with a single move. Therefore, they did not hold back in their attacks. If it wasn't for the fact that their cultivations were not too far apart, they would have long since fought to the death. Du Kellen could sense the 9 great Asuras, but the formation was not able to isolate his senses. He could sense that his 9 subordinates were in trouble. Their auras were much weaker, and if this continued, he was afraid that they would die in this formation. He could no longer hide his strength. He took a deep breath and slowly spat out a word, "Break." Along with this word was a cloud of blood mist. This blood mist was formed from his essence and blood. Its power was astonishing, and it had the power to destroy everything in its path. Wherever the blood mist passed, the power of the formation was rapidly devoured and destroyed. The formation that was originally operating in a mighty manner suddenly became sluggish, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. Chuli took a deep breath and fiercely struck out with the true, supreme Vajrapalm. Rays of golden light fell from the sky. These golden rays were formed from the spiritual energy of the upper heaven, and they turned into golden palms that went against the blood mist. Wherever the golden palms passed, the blood mist was cleared, as if it had been absorbed by the golden palms. The spiritual energy of the upper heaven combined with the true, supreme Vajrapalm, and its power was beyond Chu Li's imagination. Chu Li had the heaven's eye, omniscient mirror, and the heavenly star insight, so his judgment was often beyond reason, and it was more like a flash of inspiration. He did not expect the true supreme Vajrapalm to be so powerful. After the formation shook for a while, it returned to normal. Chu Li urged the true supreme Vajrapalm to attack Du Kellen, and the golden palms descended from the sky toward Du Kellen. When the golden palms reached within 20 feet of his body, they quickly shrunk, and by the time they reached him, they had almost disappeared. Chu Li frowned, and he was even more afraid of the blood mist. He could not even get close to this guy, so how was he going to deal with him? Interesting. Du Kellen shook his head calmly, and his hands formed a mudra, and he shouted again, "Break! Break! Break!" 3 mouthfuls of blood mist were spat out. The true supreme Vajrapalm hurriedly met them, but the incredibly fast golden palms could not completely block the blood mist. They could only absorb a part of it, and the remaining half of the blood mist quickly spread and slowly floated up, combining with the surrounding air. This blood mist slowly drifted to the 9 great Asuras, and they were refreshed. At this time, they realized that they were already heavily injured, and their bodies were exhausted, as if they had fought a hard battle. They all had an impression of this, but how could they not attack when they saw the person they hated the most? Although they were confused about why this damn guy had suddenly appeared, since he had appeared, they had to attack and kill him. They could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough if they were injured by him, so they had to attack even if it was the formation's doing. This was the saying that emotions were greater than reason. Although Azuras were cruel and ruthless, and their other emotions were very cold, to the point of almost non-existent, their hatred was the strongest. Once they had the intention to kill, they would kill the other party no matter how dangerous it was. This was because they were not afraid of death, and, at most, they would die once. If they could not kill him this time, they would kill him the next time. Chu Li sighed in relief. Even if this blood mist could awaken the 9 great Azura's consciousness, it was useless. He took out another jade pendant, crushed it again, and threw it into the sky. A clear light spread and shrouded the formation. The formation trembled slightly, and the 9 great Azuras who had just regained consciousness went crazy again. Once again, the person they hated the most appeared in front of them. Even if they knew that it was a fake, they could not care less. Even if it was a fake, they had to kill it. Du Kellen gritted his teeth. He was only angry at himself for being careless and not bringing a treasure to break the formation. Otherwise, he would not have to waste his blood essence to break the formation. These 9 subordinates were quite capable, and their cultivation levels were also high. If they really died here, it would be a pity, and his path as a deity king would also be shrouded in a shadow. When he thought of this, his killing intent boiled, and a layer of red suddenly appeared on his face. Then, he shot up into the sky. The blood mist shrouded an area of 20 feet around him. Facing the obstruction of the formation, he moved forward with indomitable will. Bang! Like a sudden clap of thunder, he rushed out of the formation. While he was in the air, he saw Chu Li standing on the top of a towering ancient tree. He immediately laughed coldly, and his body turned, like a goshawk catching a rabbit. He swooped down at lightning speed and instantly appeared in front of Chu Li. The sword wheel was already floating above Chu Li's head, and it was silent. At this moment, Chu Li pointed with a sword gesture with his right hand. Swoosh! The silver light exploded and engulfed Du Kellen. The silver light and the blood mist mixed together. Chu Li quickly retreated, and the 9 swords flew backward toward him. They no longer had the momentum of the sword wheel. This time, the sword wheel was the most powerful. He had activated the sword technique energy condensed from the 9 energy seas in one go, and thus released the most powerful sword wheel. Chapter 2232. The 9 swords suddenly sped up and caught up to him before entering their scabbards and scabbards respectively. He was multitasking. Although he had used the sacrificial power to activate the flying divine demon technique, he was still channeling one of the 9 swords. Streams of extremely pure force entered one of his energy seas. Before the energy seas were filled, he channeled the 2nd sword technique, then the 3rd. He cycled them in turn instead of waiting until one of his energy seas was filled to the brim before channeling the 2nd sword technique. Like this, the 9 sword techniques were channeled in turn, and the force was stored in the 9 energy seas one after another. He was still running with all his might. At this time, Du Kellen was still hot on his heels. At this moment, Du Kellen's clothes were in tatters, and he was completely naked. Moreover, his body was covered in blood and covered in rolling wounds. He seemed to be badly mutilated, and he seemed like a person who would die at any moment and was struggling on his deathbed. Chu Li did not think so. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, Du Kellen was in the most dangerous situation. The force around him was almost solid, as if it was devouring the surrounding void. Even the omniscient mirror was about to be devoured by him. Du Kellen pursed his lips and did not say a word as he stared at Chu Li from afar. His body shot forward like an arrow. Although he was usually calm and collected, he was boiling with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Chu Li apart and suck his blood. Chu Li shouted as he ran, Revered Lord Du, if you don't break that formation, your 9 subordinates will die. Du Kellen was hot on his heels. He was getting closer and closer to Chu Li. Initially, he was a mile away, but now he was only 300 meters away. If this continued, he would eventually catch up to Chu Li. Although Chu Li had activated the sacrificial power, Du Kellen had also used a secret skill. To outsiders, the two were just two shadows. One was white, while the other was red. Their figures could not be seen clearly, let alone their faces. Chu Li's omniscient mirror could see that Du Kellen's wounds were recovering rapidly. While they were talking, there was only a red mark left on the wound. The speed of his recovery was shocking. Chu Li took a deep breath. Was this the recovery speed of a top-notch Great Azura? His body was so strong that it was almost indestructible. If he fought with this guy, he needed to kill him in one blow. Otherwise, he would recover in the blink of an eye. Chu Li continued to shout. The power of that formation will become stronger and stronger. In the end, they will go mad and die. There's no way they can escape. I'll kill you first, Du Kellen said calmly, even though the killing intent in his heart was boiling like lava. Chu Li shouted, I can kill you anytime I want, but your 9 subordinates will be dead. Without them, can you really become the deity king? Don't lose your position as the god king because of a personal dispute. The 2 words God King jolted Du Kellen. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his boiling body. He immediately sobered up. He turned around and left, his calm voice ringing in Chu Li's ears. I will take your life. Chu Li sped away without saying a word. Chu Li sighed in relief when he saw that Du Kellen had already drifted far away. The 2 of them were 3 miles apart. He turned around and walked back. It was impossible for Du Kellen to let him go. Even if he escaped now, he would soon catch up to him. When that time came, he might not be so lucky. The 9 Great Azuras were Du Kellen's helpers, but they were also his weakness. Chu Li estimated that if he killed these 9 Great Azuras, Du Kellen would go crazy and lose his cool. Although Du Kellen was terrifying when he lost his cool, he would also have a flaw. Chu Li could only kill him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Du Kellen now. Du Kellen's cultivation level was too high, and he had a strange skill. If he fought him head-on, he would definitely die. Chu Li followed closely behind. His speed suddenly increased, and he was slightly faster than before. Du Kellen, on the other hand, slowed down. After all, he had used a strange skill. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of energy to recover from his injuries. Chu Li's strongest attack had indeed injured him. Chu Li entered the formation before Du Kellen and silently came to the side of a Great Azura. The regal sky sword silently swept past the Great Azura's neck and cut off his head. Amidst the blood mist, a Great Azura's heart flashed and disappeared. The 9 Great Azuras fell into a frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot and their techniques were scattered. They could not kill their targets. This made them impatient and tyrannical. They were on the verge of going crazy. Chu Li approached them silently. He used the power of the formation to hide his body. When the regal sky sword reached their necks, it was already too late for them to dodge. Du Kellen could sense the 9 Great Azuras. Even the formation could not isolate them. When he sensed the death of one of his subordinates, he was shocked. He could not care less about recovering his inner energy. He suddenly sped up and arrived beside the forest. However, his speed could not match up to Chu Li's regal sky sword. When Du Kellen arrived beside the forest, the 9 people in the formation had already been killed by Chu Li. Ah! Du Kellen roared at the sky. His voice was hoarse and angry. A strong wind suddenly rose around him. He could not see the situation inside the formation. He felt that the 9 people had died. He thought that it was the formation that caused it. He did not think that it was Chu Li's doing. At this moment, Chu Li was inside the formation. The red thread quickly entered his body. It quickly merged with his blood and then entered his heart. He felt that his body had become slightly stronger. This kind of strength was different from cultivating his inner energy and increasing his cultivation level. It came from a strength of his physical body. Chu Li knew that it would be difficult to hide it from Du Kellen. Du Kellen was currently immersed in guilt and rage. He could not sense it carefully. Otherwise, he would definitely notice that Chu Li was inside the formation. Chu Li threw out another piece of jade pendant. The jade pendant exploded in the air and turned into a blue light. This blue light spread out. The formation suddenly shook and formed a chaotic formation. All kinds of energy from heaven and earth gathered and collided with each other. It was extremely chaotic. He sat cross-legged inside the formation. He desperately urged the 9 sword techniques and strived to fill up his 9 sea of aura. Kellen felt that the formation was strange. It seemed that after this formation devoured his 9 subordinates, it began to become chaotic and was about to collapse on its own. Moreover, there was a faint sense of familiarity in this formation. He focused and immediately felt Chu Li's presence. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that Chu Li had killed his 9 subordinates. Chu Li had returned to the formation before him and killed his 9 subordinates. At this moment, he was even more furious. He felt that, as a revered lord, he had been fooled by a small fellow. His trusted subordinates had been killed in front of his eyes. As a revered lord, he was too useless. If he wanted to become the deity king, how could he convince the masses? At this moment, his desire to kill Chu Li was boiling. It rushed into his mind. He wanted to kill this fellow at all costs to erase this humiliation. He roared and shot into the forest. He rushed into the formation. Chu Li stood up and fiercely injected star power into the sky. Then, his feet fluttered as he ran out of the forest in a strange manner. In a few moments, he had flashed out of the forest and escaped far away. Boom! In the midst of an earth-shattering noise, the formation completely collapsed. The earth shook violently. The forest within a 2-mile radius was flattened. All the towering ancient trees disappeared without a trace. Only a figure stood proudly. It was Kellen. 9 treasure swords were already floating above Chu Li's head. They formed a sword wheel and then turned into a ball of silver light that shot towards Kellen. Die! Kellen roared in anger. His whole body turned into a ball of bloody light that shot towards the silver light. Boom! In the earth-shattering noise, the 9 swords were scattered. Kellen's bloody light continued to rush towards Chu Li. Chapter 22:33. Chu Li was shocked. First, he was injured by the collapse of the formation. Then he was hit by the full force of the 9 swords. But Kellen did not die. Moreover, his aura was monstrous and did not show any signs of weakening. What a shocking cultivation level and body. If such a monster was not killed, there would be no peace. Kellen turned into a red light and rushed over. Chu Li went forward to meet him. He did not believe that Kellen was not heavily injured. This was the best opportunity to kill him, even if it would result in both of them being injured. Just as the red light that Kellen had transformed into was about to collide with Chu Li, he suddenly accelerated and brushed past Chu Li's shoulder. Kellen had actually escaped at a speed that was beyond Chu Li's imagination. Chu Li could not catch up even after activating the sacrificial divine power and the soaring divine demon technique. Chu Li quickly shouted, "Revered Lord aren't you going to avenge your subordinates?" They died a quick death without any pain. He wanted to provoke Kellen. The death of 9 subordinates should be a pain in Kellen's heart. He might turn around and kill him on the spot. Kellen's figure suddenly turned and disappeared. His voice came from afar, calm as usual. "I'll repay you for today's kindness." Chu Li said, "Why wait? I'll repay you today." Kellen sneered softly, his voice already faintly discernible. Chu Li followed closely and leaped to the top of the mountain. He saw the red light getting further and further away before it completely disappeared. He helplessly gave up the chase and shook his head as he stood at the top of the mountain. He was really lucky to be able to escape with his life this time. If Kellen had brought a formation-breaking treasure, he might not have been able to escape with his life. He initially thought that he could go anywhere in the world after mastering the 9 swords in one, but he did not expect it to be even more difficult. A cool breeze blew gently, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone on his body, but it didn't feel warm at all. His whole body was cold, and he was thinking about what this Du Kellen was and what the so-called Supreme Lord was. If there were more people like him in the Azura realm, he should just stay in the Grandmaster realm and not come to the foreign battlefield. Fortunately, Shao Qi had a void-breaching pearl, or else he would have to bring her away. This place was too dangerous and not a place for young masters. He should let the old demons in the Grandmaster realm take action. However, there was only one void-breaching pearl, which was given to Shao Qi. Sun Mingwei did not have it. He followed his senses and floated forward. Along the way, he encountered any great Azuras and killed them without hesitation. There was no point in hiding now. No matter how much he tried to keep a low profile, Du Kellen would still be able to find him. Moreover, killing great Azuras could also strengthen him. On the second day, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that Sun Mingyue's situation was not good. She had already encountered a powerful enemy, and her qi activity was weakening. He could no longer afford to conserve his strength. He activated the self-sacrificing divine art and turned into a shadow. He used 2 hours to travel for a day and appeared in the depths of a forest. There, he saw Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei was surrounded and attacked by 10 great Azuras. Her white robe was stained with blood, and the white veil on her face was also dyed red. Her eyes, which were like limpid autumn waters, were already dim. She was almost at the end of her rope. These 10 great Azuras had profound cultivation and were only slightly inferior to the 9 great Azuras. Clearly, they were considered top-notch masters among the great Azuras. It was extremely rare for Sun Mingwei to be able to hold on until now despite fighting against 10 great Azuras on her own. Her advantage was that her energy was pure and the great light scripture was mysterious, so her chi meridian was long. Moreover, she also had the supreme titanium supreme scripture. If it was someone else with the same cultivation level, they would have been killed by the 10 great Azuras long ago. Chuli did not stop activating the self-sacrificing divine art. The 9 swords rose into the sky and turned into a sword wheel. Then, he pointed his sword and a silver light shot out with a whoosh, appearing in front of one of the great Azuras. Before the great Azura could react, the silver light had already turned into nothingness. The silver light continued to rush toward another great Azura and engulfed 6 great Azuras in one breath. Then, the silver light dissipated and the 9 swords shot back into Chu Li's sword case and scabbard. The remaining 4 great Azuras looked solemn and could not hide their shock. This silver light was too shocking. They had goosebumps when they saw it, and they almost wanted to turn around and escape without hesitation. However, they knew that the silver light was so fast that it was impossible to escape. They had to fight even if they had to die. Therefore, they glared at the 9 swords, and their eyes fell on Chu Li. Their bodies tensed up, and they could not care less about Sun Mingwei. Chu Li took a step to Sun Mingyue's side and held her slender waist. A faint fragrance entered his nose, and the supreme titanium supreme scripture circulated between them. He was now mobilizing the spiritual energy from the upper heaven and converting it into the supreme titanium supreme scripture's inner energy, so he was far stronger than Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei was already exhausted, but now that she had the help of Chu Li's inner energy, she was instantly energized, and her weakness was swept away. She gently twisted her waist and scoffed. "Why are you here?" Chu Li held Sun Mingwei and shook his head. "Why are you alone?" "I'm free," Sun Mingwei replied. "All right, let's get rid of the 4 of them first." Chu Li knew that she was still angry, so he changed the topic. Sun Mingwei glanced at him with her clear eyes and scoffed. "All right." Chu Li glanced at the great Azuras who were on high alert and ready to die together with him. He said, "I have a great Azura friend. Do you guys know him?" The 4 great Azuras frowned at him. Chu Li said, "Du Kellen. Do you guys know him?" "Impossible." The 4 great Azuras shouted in a low voice. Chu Li laughed. "Why is it impossible? I saved his life before, so we can't be friends because of our different identities. Do you know who Revered Master Du is? How can you save him?" One of the great Azuras shouted. Chu Li said, "He didn't tell me his identity, only his name. He said that if I meet top-notch masters like you, as long as I tell you my name, you'll naturally bury the hatchet and not make things difficult for me. As he spoke to the four of them, he used the omniscient mirror to observe their minds. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. When he focused, he could faintly see what the four great Azuras were thinking. "When did you meet revered Master Du?" one of the great Azuras shouted. Chuli thought for a while and said, 10 years ago. That's impossible. Revered Master Du has a noble identity. How can he simply come to the foreign battlefield? The four great Azuras shook their heads. Chuli said, he also said that he was busy and came out to relax, but he didn't expect to be surrounded by a group of great Azuras. I was curious, so I saved him, just like the situation now. The four great Azuras frowned and looked at him, doubtful. Chu Li continued, "What's the identity of a revered master? Is Du Kellen a revered master?" The four great Azuras' first reaction was that Chu Li and Du Kellen were not enemies, because in their understanding, those who had enmity with Du Kellen would not be alive and would have died long ago. Therefore, most of them believed Chu Li's words, but the other half found it unbelievable. How could an Azura be friends with a celestial? One of the great Azuras said, "Under the deity king, there are four revered masters." Chu Li came to a realization. I didn't know that Du Kellen was so noble. It's such a pity that I never got to meet him. Are you really friends with revered Master Du? One of the great Azuras shouted. Chapter 2234. Are you Du Kellen's subordinates? Chu Li asked gently as he glanced at Sun Mingwe. Let's forget about this misunderstanding to avoid hurting my relationship with Du Kellen. Although he did say that we don't have to worry about each other, it won't affect our relationship. We're Great Lord Lu's subordinates. The four great Azuras shook their heads. They stared at him with serious expressions. Chu Li sighed. Great Lord Lu? Lu Feigjie? The four great Azuras' expressions changed drastically. This time, they completely believed Chu Li's words because other than Great Lord Du, the Devis would not know Great Lord Lu's name. They did not even know who Great Lord Lu was. Since Great Lord Lu's name was known, it was obvious that Great Lord Du had a close relationship with him. Chu Li shook his head. If that's the case, you should leave. I know that Du Kellen has a bad relationship with Lu Feigjie. The great Azura that killed him was Lu Feigjie's subordinate. All right then, we'll take our leave. The four great Azuras' fists saluted and turned to leave. They stood in front of Chu Li with goosebumps all over their bodies. Their hearts were constantly warning them to leave and disappear immediately. Now that they could finally leave, even if they were not afraid of death, it was better not to die if they could avoid it. Chu Li suddenly asked, "Can I ask around, how many subordinates does a great lord have?" "Countless." The four great Azuras said in a low voice. Chu Li nodded. It seems like Du Kellen has a lot of power. What a pity. He sized up the four great Azuras and said, "If you want to leave, you should leave something behind. You can't beat up my friend and almost kill her for no reason." "What is it?" the four great Azuras asked. Chu Li replied, "Your lives." As soon as he said that, the 9 swords rose into the air again and turned into a ball of silver light that shot toward the four great Azuras. At the same time, he grabbed Sun Mingwe and retreated at lightning speed, still activating the sacrificial divine power. The silver light silently crushed one great Azura, then another. In the end, the 2 great Azuras suddenly exploded into 2 clouds of bloody mist. If Chu Li had not pulled Sun Mingwe away in time, he would have been caught in the blast. Bam bam. The 2 clouds of blood mist let out a dull sound, showing how fast they were. The 9 swords returned to their scabbards and scabbards. Chu Li's face turned pale as he quickly stopped the sacrificial divine power. Sun Mingwe stared at him with a frown. Chu Li heaved a sigh of relief. 10 red lines floated into his body, and he could feel his body strengthening slightly. Ever since he entered the foreign battlefield this time, he had killed so many great Azuras that his body had strengthened by about 10%. This was already an extremely impressive improvement. Unfortunately, This upgrade was accompanied by a blinding light. To the great Azuras, the light on his body was probably already very dazzling, and they would definitely kill him as soon as possible. You're getting more and more amazing. This 9 swords into 1 is indeed extraordinary, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li smiled. I can only use a few times. It's very restrictive, and I've caused a lot of trouble. As he spoke, he told them about Du Kellen. Sun Mingwe frowned and said, This is indeed a big problem. What do you want to do? Chu Li shook his head. Leave the foreign battleground as soon as possible, or else I'll really die in his hands. He had no confidence in fighting Du Kellen. If they were to meet again, Du Kellen would definitely have a treasure that could restrain formations. Without the help of formations, he would definitely not be Du Kellen's match, and he would definitely die. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great, and it was impossible for him to catch up in a short period of time. It was like a child fighting an adult. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to win. It seems like a big shot has been mobilized this time, Sun Mingwe said softly. A big shot from Taihao Peak has been mobilized. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Sun Mingwe said, I heard it's Masters Junior from the previous generation, Lu Jianfei. Chu Li said, It seems like they also know about the ruler of God. Although the sects don't know about this, how can Heaven Shaking Pavilion not know? Sun Mingwe scoffed. Of course, we have to inform Taihao Peak. Then, nobody from the other sects informed? Chu Li frowned. Are they just going to let these young disciples die? Taihao Peak and Heaven Shaking Pavilion have also sent out most of their young disciples. Sun Mingwe shook her head. We can't let the young disciples hide in the sect, can we? Chu Li slowly shook his head. Sun Mingwe said, Logically speaking, those old demons won't bother with young disciples. Take that Du Kellen, for example. Logically speaking, he won't bother with you when he sees you and will just walk past you. Chu Li sighed and nodded. He had already thought it through. If he had not combined the 9 swords into 1 and killed so many powerful great Azuras, Du Kellen would not bother with him. However, when they met by chance, he felt that Chu Li was a scourge and wanted to get rid of him. Unfortunately, Du Kellen did not expect Chu Li to have the strength to fight back and escape. This time, he was determined to kill Chu Li. Sun Mingwe smiled. Who asked you to be so powerful that you provoke someone like Du Kellen? You can only ask Masters Junior Lu for help. He should be able to stop Du Kellen. All right. Chu Li slowly nodded. Since he was obviously no match for Du Kellen, he would not force himself to fight him. He was not that brave. If he really met Du Kellen, he would not run away and would only fight with his life. If there were other ways to deal with him, he would have to think of them. Borrowing someone else's strength to fight him was a good idea. Killing Du Kellen, who was a fatal threat, was the most important thing. If Du Kellen could not kill him, he would go crazy and attack Shao Qi and Sun Mingwe. By then, it would be too late for Chu Li to cry. Chu Li recalled the situation just now and said unhappily, Why didn't you ask for help when you were in such a predicament? What's the point of asking for help? Sun Mingwe shook her head. There are no Taihao Peak disciples within 100 miles. It's useless to ask for help. Chu Li sighed. Then let's look for Masters Junior Lu. I guess Du Kellen can't wait to come after us. Let's go, Sun Mingwe said. As they hurried along, they talked about what happened after they parted ways. After Sun Mingwe entered the foreign battlefield alone, she was not in a hurry to kill Azuras. She only attacked when she was surrounded by Azuras. She wanted to understand Azura's habits so that she could kill them better. Later on, she came to understand the Azuras. They were extremely fast when it came to killing, which provoked the great Azuras. 2 great Azuras died in her hands, then 4, and then 10. They almost killed her. It's all right. Sun Mingwe smiled. I'm not fated to die. Chu Li's face darkened as he glared at her coldly. He was very displeased. Sun Mingwe smiled and found a place to change her clothes. She returned to her snow-white robe and looked extremely beautiful. 3 days later, the two of them found Lu Jianfei of Taihao Peak in the morning. Lu Jianfei was a short and ugly middle-aged man. His face was full of bumps and pits. He had small eyes, a big mouth, and flat nose. He did not look like a peerless master at all. Beside Lu Jianfei was a Taihao Peak disciple, Huang Yu. Huang Yueying was extremely handsome, and his figure was tall and straight. Compared to him, Lu Jianfei looked even uglier. When Huang Yu saw Chu Li and Sun Mingwei, he stared at Chu Li with bright eyes and glanced at Sun Mingwei. Junior sister Sun, why are you with him? Sun Mingwei curtsied. Senior brother Huang. She then bowed to Lu Jianfei, who was smiling. Masters Junior Lu. Mingwei, this is... Lu Jianfei smiled amiably. Oh, it's that Chu Li, right? The new Taihao Peak disciples were two stunning beauties. They were also love rivals. This news had spread throughout Taihao Peak. He had also heard about it and knew about Chu Li. He was even envious of Chu Li's luck with women. He sized Chu Li up and chuckled. It's an honor to meet you. Chu Li fist saluted and smiled. Greetings, Senior Lu. Chapter 2235. Sun Mingwei said, Masters Junior Lu, Chu Li is in big trouble, so I came to ask for help. Lu Jianfei smiled. Chu Li's cultivation level is not weak. It's almost the same as Kai Wei, right? He's not a threat, even if he met a great Azura. What kind of trouble did he encounter? Chu Li fist saluted and smiled. To be honest, Senior Lu, I met Du Kellen. Du Kellen. Lu Jianfei was shocked. He stopped smiling. You met him? Chu Li nodded. I killed a few of his subordinates. Then he chased after me. Lu Jianfei looked at him from head to toe, amazed. Huang Yu looked at Lu Jianfei in confusion. Lu Jianfei explained, Xiao Yu, you don't know Du Kellen, right? Huang Yu shook his head. Is he an important person in Azura? Azura has the ruler of deity, and under him are 4 supreme lords, each leading a region. They are the ruler of deity's left and right arms. Huang Yu's expression was solemn. The ruler of deity was the #1 master in Azura, and the 4 supreme lords under him were probably second only to him. They were really impressive people, and Chu Li was able to survive after offending such people. It was really impressive. Lu Jianfei smiled at Chu Li. Xiao Chu, tell me what's going on. Chu Li told him everything that had happened, including how he had used the 9 swords as one and the formation to severely injure Du Kellen. He could already feel how powerful Lu Jianfei was. In front of Lu Jianfei, he felt the same as when he met Du Kellen. He could not see through him. It was as if his cultivation level was ordinary, but also as vast as the sea, unfathomable. Such people needed to be treated with sincerity. They hated being lied to the most. They would not be offended if they told the truth, no matter what intentions they had, as long as they told the truth, were honest and selfless, and did not lie. Lu Jianfei looked at Chu Li with a strange gaze. He slowly nodded. Impressive. Impressive. Huang Yu frowned at Chu Li. His feelings towards Chu Li were extremely contradictory. On one hand, he admired Chu Li's profound martial arts and shocking cultivation level. On the other hand, he admired Chu Li's extraordinary ability to reach this stage by relying on unorthodox methods. His aptitude and comprehension were both outstanding, and he was also extremely lucky. At the same time, he was a little annoyed because he had stolen his limelight and was too close to Junior Sister Fu. Even if he already had 2 women, Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei, he was still a threat, and Junior Sister Fu might be tempted. Junior Sister Fu's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. She would not even look at an ordinary man. Chu Li's cultivation level was high, and his way of doing things was to Junior Sister Fu's liking. He even wanted to help her take revenge. To him, it was extremely dangerous. It would be best if she could drive him away from Junior Sister Fu. If not for Junior Sister Fu, the 2 of them might have become friends. Chu Li smiled. Senior Lu, I've only just mastered the 9 sword in 1, so its power hasn't reached its peak yet. It's far from the legendary power. Why don't you give me some pointers? He felt that if he didn't show some ability, Lu Jianfei might not believe him completely. Sure, I'd like to see it for myself. Lu Jianfei smiled. He was indeed a little doubtful. From what he knew, Du Kellen's cultivation level was so high that Chu Li could not fight against him. Even with the formation and the 9 swords in 1, it would be difficult for him to win, let alone injure Du Kellen. If he was so gullible, he would not have survived until now. There are also Taihao Peak disciples who died along the way. Chu Li nodded. The 9 swords rose into the air and condensed into a sword wheel. Chu Li pinched a sword gesture with his right hand and pointed at Lu Jianfei. "Senior Lu, be careful." A silver light flashed and engulfed Lu Jianfei. Ding, 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 ding. The long sword at Lu Jianfei's waist turned into a snow-white brilliance, like thousands of pear flowers blooming. The 9 swords retreated and flew back into the sword scabbard. Chu Li Fist saluted and praised. "Senior Lu, good swordsmanship." He did not use his full strength in this attack. It was just a normal attack. As he killed the Great Azura, his physical body became stronger, and he realized that his 9C of aura had widened. He could perform the 9 swords in 1/6 times. Lu Jianfei did not use his full strength to block it. If he used his full strength, he might be able to block it. That's all. Not enough. Lu Jianfei shook his head. Chu Li said, "Senior Lu, watch again." The 9 swords left the scabbard and flew into the air to condense into a sword wheel. Then, it turned into a ball of silver light that engulfed Lu Jianfei. This time, the silver light did not change in size, but it was faster. It reached him in an instant, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! Lu Jianfei's long sword flew out. He flew 30 feet in the air and caught the long sword in the air before floating down. It was hard to tell if he flew out to chase after the long sword or if he caught the long sword after being hit. However, when he landed, his face turned red and returned to normal. Then, it turned red again and returned to normal. After this happened 3 times, he finally calmed down. Chu Li Fist saluted. Lu Jianfei stared at Chu Li. "What a 9 swords in 1. Chu Li smiled. "Senior, do you believe me now? It's not bad. No wonder you could injure Du Kellen." Lu Jianfei said slowly. Chu Li was not afraid that he did not believe him, because the 9 swords in 1 was slightly stronger than when he fought against Du Kellen. This was the gain from killing more than 20 Great Azuras. After the sea of aura expanded, the power of a full force attack was stronger. Huang Yu looked at Chu Li in shock. When the silver light appeared, he shuddered and had the urge to escape. There was no chance of winning at all. Chu Li said, "If it wasn't for the formation that injured him first and then the 9 swords in 1, I wouldn't have been able to hurt Du Kellen." Lu Jianfei frowned. "If that's the case, his cultivation level is higher than mine." Chu Li nodded slowly. "Impossible." Huang Yu scoffed. Chu Li looked at him and said seriously, "Senior brother Huang, why would I lie? This isn't a joke." Lu Jianfei said, "Looks like we have to work together." Chu Li said, "Senior Lu." Lu Jianfei waved his hand. "Say no more. Since you're here and you're not an outsider, if I don't fight and retreat, what kind of person would I be?" "Senior Lu, I'm just afraid." Chu Li sighed. Huang Yu quickly said, "Masters Junior Lu, it's better for us to find a few more people to fight Du Kellen." Chu Li nodded slowly. This was exactly what he wanted. Huang Yu stared at him. "Chu Li, what do you think?" Chu Li said, "What senior brother Huang said makes sense." Huang Yu looked at Lu Jianfei. Lu Jianfei said, "Du Kellen is an honorable lord. He won't appear if there are too many people." Chu Li said, "Senior Lu, you don't have to worry about this. He won't be able to control himself when he sees me. Even if he's smart, as an Azura, he can't control his nature. He'll definitely rush over." He knew that Du Kellen hated him and was boiling with murderous intent. If he were to meet him, even if Lu Jianfei or other masters from Taihao Peak were by his side, Du Kellen would definitely attack him. Lu Jianfei shook his head. "Don't underestimate him." Chu Li said, "How about this, Senior Lu? Let's maintain a distance of 100 miles. Even if he appears, I'm confident that I can escape 100 miles away." "That's great." Lu Jianfei nodded. Chu Li looked at Sun Mingyue. "As long as Sun Mingyue is by your side, I'll know where you are." "That's great." Lu Jianfei smiled at Sun Mingyue. He guessed that it was a secret skill between lovers that allowed them to sense each other. Chapter 2236. Chu Li smiled and waved his hand. He gave Lu Jianfei and Huang Yu a fist salute and smiled. Then, he glided away and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. His light body technique was as fast as a ghost, which made Huang Yu shiver. He knew that he did not have such a light body technique. Sun Mingyue frowned and stared at his back. She felt that it was very dangerous this time. For a person like Du Kellen, once he made a move, it would be a thunderous blow, and he would absolutely not give him a chance to escape. Last time, he had already revealed all his trump cards, and the next time Du Kellen made a move, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. Huang Yu looked at Lu Jianfei and said, "Martial Uncle Lu, why did you agree so easily? He's just using someone else to do his dirty work. He's not an outsider. How can we not help?" Lu Jianfei said with a smile, "This isn't the way our great sky peak does things. That depends on the situation and the person." Huang Yu scoffed. "He has sinister intentions. I don't believe that Martial Uncle Lu can't see it. He said it out in the open, so he didn't have any evil intentions." Lu Jianfei shook his head and said, "Besides, if we can seize the opportunity to eliminate this Du Kellen, it'll be a great matter of boundless virtue. This Du Kellen must be very difficult to deal with. I'm just afraid that we'll end up empty-handed and end up losing our strength," said Huang Yu with a frown. He turned to Sun Mingyue, who was glaring at him, and said, "Junior sister Sun, I'm not targeting Chu Li. I'm just stating the facts." Sun Mingyue said, "This is a rare opportunity to kill a High Lord. Could it be that our great sky peak will only pick the weak ones? Sun, are you only going to kill the small ones? Sincerely bad research? Tired? Jiansong adds bandage search Xiao? Suddenly change into a curtained and desolate curtain. Mingyue's words make sense." Lu Jianfei nodded and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Usually these big shots of Azura hide in the Azura realm and don't come out." Sigh. Huang Yu shook his head and said, "I still feel that something is wrong. This Du Kellen is not easy to deal with. What if he brings a lot of people here? Will Chu Li escape? No matter how strong he is, we still have to think of a way to get rid of him." Lu Jianfei patted Huang Yu, not blaming him for being petty. Chu Li knew that Du Kellen would not be able to find him anytime soon, so the key was to kill as many great Azuras as possible. Those red lines were eye-catching and also had the effect of strengthening one's body. Right now, he was already able to unleash one more 9 swords in one. If he killed a few dozen more of them, he might be able to unleash 2 more, and the might of the 9 swords in one would be even stronger. At that time, he might even be able to fight against Du Kellen. With this motivation, he circled around Sun Mingyue in a radius of more than 200 miles, continuously sweeping through the surrounding area, killing any great Azuras he saw without mercy. In 2 days' time, he had already killed more than 10 great Azuras. Most importantly, there were too many red lines on his body, which were extremely eye-catching to great Azuras. All of them wanted to kill him to gain a great merit, but they were killed by Chu Li before they could even get close to him. The number of red lines on his body increased, which made him even more eye-catching. His body also became slightly stronger, but unfortunately, it was not enough to increase his attack. That evening, he stood on top of a mountain, facing the whistling night wind and admiring the sunset glow. The scenery of the extraterrestrial battlefield was magnificent, a magnificence that was rarely seen in the outland. The sky seemed to have been poured with golden liquid, with patches of gold in the east and in the west. It was indescribably magnificent. Suddenly, a clear whistle was heard from afar. Chu Li became alert, and the omniscient mirror descended from the sky to the ground. He saw Fu Kaiwei in her fluttering yellow robe, who was being chased by 4 great Azuras. Fu Kaiwei's yellow robe fluttered as she fought and escaped at the same time. She was at a disadvantage. The 4 great Azuras had profound cultivation levels, similar to Du Kellen's subordinates. They were already top-notch existences among the great Azuras. Moreover, the 4 of them were adept at attacking together and had great teamwork. They advanced and retreated together, so Fu Kaiwei had no way to attack. Chu Li focused his attention and faintly noticed that her body was glowing red. This was an ability that his omniscient mirror had begun to show after a few days of research. He could see the glow emitted by the red lines after they fused into her body. Fu Saiwei's red glow meant that she had killed many Azuras, and even more than him. When he thought about Fu Saiwei's cultivation level and mystical skills, it was not surprising that she had killed more great Azuras than him. It was precisely because of this that these 4 great Azuras with such profound cultivation levels were attracted to her. Fu Kaiwei must have been chased by these 4 great Azuras after a tough battle. Otherwise, she would not be in such a sorry state. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he watched from the side, wanting to see Fu Saiwei's ultimate move. After a while, Fu Kaiwei was only dodging as she fled. Her body was weak, and it was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. He shook his head. He could not delay any longer. Otherwise, it would be his fault if Fu Kaiwei used a suicidal move. He let out a soft whistle, and his body turned into a flash of lightning as he activated the sacrificial divine power. Like a ghost, he appeared beside Fu Kaiwei in a flash. The 9 swords rose into the sky, and then turned into a silver light that shot toward the 4 great Azuras. The 4 great Azuras attacked the silver light at the same time. The silver light flashed in the air and made a turn. Chu Li's 9 sea of energy rushed out with the sword technique's inner energy once again and instantly caught up with the silver light. Then, the silver light suddenly became brighter. Chu Li formed a sword technique with his right hand and pointed at the 4 great Azuras. The silver light suddenly arrived in front of the 4 great Azuras. They pushed their palms forward at the same time, and 4 Azuras' divine palms converged together. TSS. The silver light whistled, and then engulfed them. In the midst of the bloody mist, the 9 treasure swords flew back to hover above his head and formed a sword wheel. In the bloody mist, 4 Heart of Azura vaguely appeared, and then quickly disappeared. The bloody mist quickly dissipated, and there was nothing in the surroundings. It was as if the 4 great Azuras had never appeared. The bloody mist seemed to be real, and yet illusory at the same time, making it difficult to tell which was the real one. Fu Kaiwei looked at Chu Li in surprise. She realized that the power of the 9 swords as one had become stronger, so she quickly closed her eyes and channeled. Chu Li guarded her and stared at the forest beside them. The 9-sword sword wheel above his head slowly rotated, as if it would turn into a ball of silver light and shoot out at any time. He sensed that there were 4 great Azuras hiding in the forest, and their cultivation levels were not inferior to the 4 who had died earlier. It was obvious that one of them was in the open and the other was in the dark. Chu Li wanted to launch a sneak attack, but he did not have the chance to do so. When Fu Kaiwei opened her eyes, the force around her body stabilized again, and she let out a long sigh of relief. "You've saved me again." Chu Li smiled. "You've met a tough opponent this time. The killing was very satisfying." Fu Kaiwei smiled sweetly. "Have you seen junior sister Xiao?" Chu Li shook his head. "Is she alone?" Fu Kaiwei said, "Most of the Taihao Peak disciples kill alone. If they're in a group, it'll lose the purpose of training." Chu Li slowly nodded. Taihao Peak had its own pride, and even if it was dangerous, they would not travel in a group. Xiaoqi looked indifferent, but she was actually proud. After all, she came from an extraordinary family, and she was born with a proud character, so she naturally wanted to be alone. Nevertheless, she had the void-breaching pearl, so Chu Li was not worried. "Don't worry, junior sister Xiao is very cautious," Fu Kaiwei said. "How about you?" Chu Li shook his head. At that moment, the 9 swords above his head suddenly turned into a ball of silver light and shot into the forest. Swoosh! Wherever the silver light passed, the trees swayed, and then a bloody mist appeared in the forest again, but it soon disappeared. The 9 swords shot back and returned to their sheaths in the case. 6 red lines slowly entered his body, and he trembled slightly. With the accumulation of the previous killings, he felt that his body had become stronger, and with the 9 seas of energy, he could increase the power of the 9 swords as one attack. Chapter 22:37. It was a wonderful feeling. Although killing an Azura had many consequences, this one benefit was enough to make him unable to extricate himself. As long as he kept getting stronger, he would be able to escape from Duke Helen. He might even be able to take the opportunity to injure Duke Helen, or even kill him. As soon as he thought of this, he could not help but grow stronger and stronger until he was unable to extricate himself. Duke Helen was one of the 4 venerable lords. If he really killed him, it would have a huge impact on the Azura boundary. It would be considered a heavy blow to the Azura boundary and one less candidate to become the Azura deity king. He then thought that if he could eliminate the 4 venerable lords, the Azura deity king would be the weakest in history and the Azura boundary would not be that scary. As soon as he thought of this, he could not stop himself. Soon, his rationality made him understand that it was just a dream. He had to escape from Duke Helen first. Fu Kaiwei frowned as she looked into the depths of the forest, then at Chu Li. She did not notice the great Azura in the forest, but Chu Li did. Could it be that Chu Li's cultivation level was higher than hers? Chu Li said, "I met Senior Lu Jianfei earlier." Masters Junior Lu? Fu Kaiwei sighed. It's a pity for Masters Junior Lu. He used to be the #1 master of his generation. She was the #1 master of her generation, while Lu Jianfei was from the previous generation. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of Lu Jianfei's name. Fu Kaiwei said, "Have you never heard of Masters Junior Lu?" Chu Li shook his head. Fu Kaiwei sighed. It's a pity that Masters Junior Lu is trapped by love. Chu Li said, "Is it because he likes a woman who doesn't like him or a woman he shouldn't like?" Being trapped by love was nothing more than that. 2 people who loved each other had obstacles and could not be together in the end. He had seen too many of these in his past life. It was not a big deal. Life was not all about love. Fu Kaiwei sighed. He fell in love with a witch. Chu Li smiled. That woman doesn't like him? Not only was Lu Jianfei not handsome, but he was also ugly. People were judged by their appearance. It was the same for both men and women. Appearance was the stepping stone. Without this stepping stone, one would not be able to enter the door, not to mention talent and inner qualities. Although Lu Jianfei's martial arts skill was good, he was ugly. Women might respect him, but it would be very difficult for them to fall in love with him, unless it was a woman with a different way of thinking. But this kind of woman was rare in the world. He might not necessarily have the luck to meet one. Moreover, to an average person, this kind of woman was even more difficult to deal with. It was possible that they did not care about their appearance, but rather their talent. However, talent was an illusory thing that could disappear without any warning. Fu Kaiwei shook her head gently. He fell in love with a sky-fiend realm woman. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. The witch? Exactly. Fu Kaiwei sighed. Masters Junior Lu liked the witch, and the woman liked him too. They loved each other deeply. Unfortunately, their identities determined that they could not be together. After the woman's identity was exposed, Masters Junior Lu begged the peak leader for mercy. The peak leader spared the woman's life, but he forced her to swear never to enter the Grand Master's boundary. Chu Li frowned and sighed. Fate makes fools of people. They did nothing wrong. Masters Junior Lu and the witch were innocent, and the peak leader did nothing wrong. We can only blame their identities. Fu Kaiwei said, from then on, Masters Junior Lu became a nobody. Even when he left the mountain, he never revealed his name. He treated himself as if he was dead and became a walking corpse. He looked cheerful, but he was actually suffering inside. Chu Li said, since we're not fated to be together, let's just look at each other in the martial arts world. If we're fated, we'll meet again in the next life. There's no need to suffer so much. If you can't see Shao Qi again, won't it be painful? Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Chu Li smiled. Senior sister Fu might not know about what happened between me and my wife. Back then, she cut off her feelings for me in order to cultivate the regal sword scripture. We were like strangers, but I didn't think much of it. When he broke up with Shao Qi, it was because of a belief that supported him. He always believed that he could win Shao Qi's heart again, so he only thought about how to win her heart again and did not feel too much pain. Fu Kaiwei rolled her eyes at him. Then you're a heartless person. Chu Li frowned. Masters Junior Lu's cultivation level is so high, but he can't find a way to meet the witch? Unless Masters Junior Lu cultivates the heavenly demonic power, it's impossible for him to enter the heavenly demonic realm. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Chu Li thought about it and said, I have a way to let Masters Junior Lu enter the heavenly demonic realm. Fu Kaiwei was shocked. Her bright eyes flashed, and she said softly, Chu Li, this is not a joke. Only those who have cultivated the heavenly demonic power can enter the heavenly demonic realm. Those who haven't cultivated the heavenly demonic power can't enter. Could it be that you've cultivated the heavenly demonic power? Chu Li shook his head and laughed. If I've cultivated the heavenly demonic power, how can I not be discovered? You have a treasure with you. Fu Kaiwei said. Chu Li had a treasure to conceal his aura, so she could not guess what Chu Li's current cultivation level was. However, seeing that he could discover great Azura that she could not, his cultivation level was probably higher than hers. Chu Li said, this treasure can conceal one's aura, but can't hide from the heavenly demonic power. I have a heart technique that can imitate the heavenly demonic power and help Senior Lu enter the heavenly demonic realm, but can only help you enter the heavenly demonic realm. You can't enter the major demonic sects. He would not spread the cloud-slashing power outside the Grandmaster's boundary. Otherwise, if it were to spread, Empyreans could enter the heavenly demonic realm at will. It would directly break the balance between the two realms and even cause an even more intense war. Fu Kaiwei was exceptionally smart. She looked at him deeply. Can you change your appearance like the heavenly demonic power? She thought of Chu Li's appearance when he snatched Guo Bairu's treasure sword. It was completely different from his current appearance. She knew that his disguise technique was extremely brilliant. Could it be a type of demonic power? Chu Li shook his head and smiled. It's not the heavenly demonic power after all. It's just that the aura is somewhat similar to the heavenly demonic power. Forget it. There's no harm in telling you. It's the Sky Killer's sword technique. Fu Kaiwei's bright eyes flashed. Her thoughts were like lightning. She instantly thought of the legend of the Sky Killer sword. It was said that the Sky Killer sword technique was passed down by the Sword Demon sect in the heavenly demonic realm. It was coincidentally obtained by the founder of the city of 10,000 swords. It seemed that the legend was true. Chu Li said, although the Sky Killer sword technique is not the heavenly demonic power, it can be used to enter the heavenly demonic realm. Have you tried it before? Fu Kaiwei asked. Chu Li nodded. I entered the heavenly demonic realm once. How bold! Fu Kaiwei exclaimed. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. It's just an occasional attempt. It's just a whim. Fu Kaiwei asked, can you pass the Sky Killer sword technique to Masters Junior Lu? Chu Li replied, yes. The most powerful thing about the Sky Killer sword technique was not the sword technique, but the consumption of one's lifespan. It required a huge amount of lifespan. Otherwise, even if one successfully cultivated it, he would not be able to use it more than a few times in his lifetime unless he also cultivated the ageless longevity technique. Now that he had the 9 swords in one, the Sky Killer sword technique was far less powerful than the 9 swords in one. It was not a big deal for the Sky Killer sword to be passed down. Moreover, the city of 10,000 swords also had the Sky Killer sword technique. It was impossible for him to possess it alone. More importantly, he saw where the greatest benefits lay. Chapter 2238. If Masters Junior Lu can really enter the heavenly demonic realm and meet that witch, he'll be extremely grateful to you. Fu Kaiwei sighed. He's too affectionate. He's been quiet all these years, but he didn't neglect his cultivation. Instead, he's even more amazing because he's focused on cultivation. Chu Li smiled and told her what happened earlier. Fu Kaiwei came to a realization. No wonder Masters Junior Lu agreed to help you block Du Kellen. All right, you have a conscience. Tell Masters Junior Lu this news and let him be happy. Chu Li nodded. Just as the two were about to move, Chu Li suddenly stopped and looked to the south. Fu Kaiwei frowned. Don't tell me great Azuras are here again. Chu Li's face gradually became excited. Looks like we'll have to kill them today. The omniscient mirror had already seen 20 great Azuras rushing towards them. They had clearly sensed their red light. The chances of 20 great Azuras appearing together were extremely low. He guessed that there must be a high honorable lord or some other big shot to make 20 great Azuras move together. Thinking of this, he looked left and right in case there was a big shot lying in ambush at the side, waiting for them to be exhausted before making a move. If an expert like Du Kellen were to secretly make a move, he and Fu Kaiwei would definitely die. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Do you hate Azuras that much? Chu Li said, I hate it. Because of the lower realm? Fu Kaiwei asked. The two talked as they retreated, looking for a reasonable terrain. Chu Li nodded. These people deserve to die. They shouldn't exist in this world. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. The human heart is more sinister. With these Azuras leading the way, the Grandmaster's realm is still considered peaceful. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was the plan of the Grandmaster's elders. The existence of Azuras was a good channel to vent their anger. They directed the conflict outwards and kept the internal peace. Without Azuras, the Grandmaster's realm would not be peaceful. If a commotion broke out, the number of deaths would not be less than those in the foreign battlefields. With the Azuras, the Ninth Heaven and the major sects could still maintain a calm appearance and unite against outsiders. Chu Li smiled. He was not a native of the Outland, so he had never felt a sense of belonging to the Outland. He was more concerned about the lower realm, and the Outland's actions of luring the Azuras into the lower realm had always bothered him, and he could not forgive them. The two of them quickly arrived at a canyon. There was a narrow path that could only allow 2 rows of carriages to walk side by side. The 2 sides of the path were so high that they could reach the clouds. It was straight up and down, like 2 sabers cutting into the earth side by side. The canyon was between the 2 sabers. Chu Li and Fu Kaiwei stopped in front of the canyon and nodded. This place was the best terrain to deal with a siege. The 20 great Azuras moved like lightning. As they spoke, they had already appeared in their field of vision. In the blink of an eye, the 20 great Azuras were already right in front of them. Without a word, they charged forward. The 9 swords had already risen into the air and formed a sword wheel above Chu Li's head. Then he pinched a sword madra with his right hand and pointed his finger. A ball of silver light expanded and shot out. The cultivation of these great Azuras was not low, and they were not inferior to those who had besieged Fu Kaiwei previously. However, under the power of the 9 swords as one, they could not resist at all. Wherever the silver light passed, blood mist filled the air, and the heart of great Azura disappeared in a flash. 7 of the 20 great Azuras were killed in the blink of an eye. The silver light disappeared, and the 9 swords returned to his head. They formed a sword wheel like a beast looking down at them from the sky. The 13 great Azuras were terrified. They did not expect Chu Li to be so cruel. He killed 7 of their companions in one go. At the same time, they were shocked by the power of the 9 swords. They felt that they would not be able to avoid or block it. They would definitely die. At their level, they were unwilling to die so easily. Although they would not be destroyed and could start over, they would have to cultivate again. They did not know how long it would take to cultivate to this level and how much suffering they had to go through. Unwilling to give up, they roared and pounced on Chu Li, ignoring Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei took the opportunity to attack. She killed 2 great Azuras. Chu Li could tell that her cultivation level had also increased. It must have been because she had killed great Azuras. When he thought about strengthening his body, he became energized. He activated the flying demon technique and went up to the 11 great Azuras like a ghost. Then, he shot out his flying star fingers. The meteor finger was extremely fast and strange. One finger would leave a bloody hole and blood would flow. When he activated the meteor finger, the sword technique of the 9 swords circulated and accumulated inner energy. The speed of the 9 swords was extremely fast. In just a short while, he had completed 1 cycle and continued to circulate and accumulate. According to his experience, 30 cycles could almost fill up the 9 Aura Seas. Because his soul was strong and his spirit was strong, the heart technique's speed was fast. 30 cycles sounded like a lot, but it did not take long. When the 11 great Asuras saw that Chu Li and Fu Kai Wei were starting to become dispirited, they became energized and attacked without a care for their own safety. They did not care about their own injuries. As long as they did not die, with their speed of recovery, they would be able to exhaust the two of them to death. Chu Li suddenly said, "Senior Sister Fu, go inside." Fu Kaiwei nodded and rushed forward while Chu Li stayed behind. The 11 great Asuras were extremely fast and caught up in the blink of an eye. Fu Kaiwei scoffed and suddenly sped up, activating the secret skill again. Chu Li also activated the sacrificial divine power. With the two of them in front and the 11 great Asuras behind, they ran almost 100 miles in a short while. "Turn left and go in," Chu Li shouted. Fu Kaiwei turned left without hesitation and went into a forest. Chu Li followed closely behind. The 11 great Asuras did not care about entering the forest and went straight in. The scene before them suddenly changed. It was as if the forest had suddenly expanded and the trees became thicker and taller. When they looked up, they could not see the sky. Chu Li pulled Fu Kaiwei out of the forest. "This is a formation?" Fu Kaiwei was surprised. Chu Li nodded. As he spoke, he fully activated the sword technique of the 9 swords. Fu Kaiwei also quickly recovered. The 11 great Asuras realized that they were trapped in the formation and tried to break it. Chu Li suddenly went into the forest and shot a great Asura's arm with a flying star finger. The jade pendant in the great Asura's hand fell to the ground. Chu Li moved like a ghost and snatched the jade pendant. He secretly sighed in relief. This jade pendant was a formation-breaking talisman. It must have been snatched from the Devis. Perhaps the Asura realm also had such items. No matter how powerful Chu Li's formation was, it was afraid of this formation-breaking talisman. The sword wheel hovering above his head suddenly turned into a ball of silver light and shot at another great Asura. The formation-breaking talisman in his hand was crushed and disappeared. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only 2 great Asuras had formation-breaking talismans. Fu Kaiwei stood outside and could not see the situation inside the formation. She shook her head and continued to cultivate with her eyes closed. Bang, bang. There were 2 muffled sounds, and Fu Kaiwei suddenly opened her eyes. This familiar sound was made by the great Asuras when they perished together. The forest was shaking, and the ground was shaking as well. Then there was a clear pop, and a layer of invisible energy spread out. The trees were broken one after another. Suddenly, there was light in front of them, and 8 great Asuras were revealed. They all looked like skeletons, and their eyes were glowing red as they stared at Chu Li. Chu Li's face darkened, and he dashed to the other side. Chapter 2239. Chu Li was extremely fast, but the 8 skeleton-like great Asuras were even faster. It was as if they were burning their own blood essence and were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up to Chu Li. Chu Li was surrounded. Fu Kaiwei tensed up and was about to step forward to help him. The 9 swords above Chu Li's head flashed and turned into a ball of silver light that shot towards 2 great Asuras. The 2 great Asuras could not dodge and were hit. They turned into a bloody mist, and 2 of the great Asuras' hearts flashed past. The remaining 6 great Asuras roared like ghosts. Even with Fu Kaiwei's strong soul, she could not help but fall into a trance. The scenery in front of her swayed as if the world had become a dustpan and she had become a pebble in the dustpan. She knew that something was wrong and turned to look. Chu Li's body seemed to have paused for a moment before he suddenly leaped forward. His momentum was stronger than before, as if he was using all his strength to run for his life. Boom! 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 Several earth-shattering noises were heard at the same time. Chu Li's surroundings were shrouded in a bloody mist, and nothing could be seen. The 6 great Asura's hearts flashed and disappeared. The walls of the canyon on both sides sank by 2 feet, as if 2 huge melon shells had sunk into the walls. The bloody mist quickly dissipated. Other than Chu Li, who was standing proudly, there was not a single blade of grass around him. Even the ground was clean, and there was not a single pebble. A gust of wind blew, and Chu Li's white robe fluttered. He stood still, and only his white robe fluttered. Fu Kaiwei saw that something was wrong and called out, "Chu Li?" Chu Li did not move and did not answer. Fu Kaiwei could not sense his aura, and her heart sank. Could Chu Li have been killed by the 6 great Azuras' self-destruction? The destructive power of the great Azura's self-destruction was extremely strong and should not be underestimated. With her current cultivation level, even one great Azura's self-destruction would be enough to injure her. If there were 2, she would be heavily injured. However, Chu Li had to take on 6 at once. She panicked and wanted to go forward to check on his injuries to save his life. Chu Li suddenly raised his hand and gestured for her to stay away. Fu Kaiwei frowned and stopped. She looked at him from afar in confusion. Amidst a chuckle, a purple shadow descended from the sky and floated in front of Chu Li. Fu Kaiwei also saw this purple shadow appear. It was a handsome young man with a jade-like face. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he exuded a wild and unruly aura. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a playboy. His heart would not stop for anyone. He treated the world of mortals as child's play. Fu Kaiwei frowned as she looked at the purple-robed youth. Her heart sank. Even from afar, she could sense the power of this purple-robed youth. The aura around him was like a huge wave. Even though she was so far away, she felt like she was standing at the foot of a monstrous wave. It was as if a wave could kill her. Chu Li's current situation was definitely not good, but this purple-robed young man had seized the opportunity to appear. He did not come with good intentions, and this fellow's aura was very similar to that of a great Azura. He was probably an enemy and not a friend. Chu Li reached out and gestured to her behind his back, indicating that she should retreat slowly and not come closer. However, Fu Kaiwei could not escape at this time. Otherwise, Chu Li would definitely die. Although her cultivation level was not as high as this purple-robed young man's, she might be able to delay him for a while if she used her secret skill. The 2 of them would only have a chance of survival if they worked together. Chu Li asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse, weak. "My surname is Liu." The purple-robed young man smiled. "I've underestimated you." No wonder Du Kellen's face was covered in dirt. I thought he failed miserably, but that's not the case. He deserved it. Chu Li asked Lu Feijia. "That's me." The purple-robed young man smiled. "I didn't expect you to know me." "What honor." Chu Li scoffed. "How can I not know you?" "Supreme Lord Liu." The purple-robed young man, Lu Feijia, shook his head and smiled. "You Celestials are extremely arrogant. It seems like you've never taken us Azure seriously. You don't even bother to understand us. You only know how to treat us as beasts and kill us." Chu Li sneered. "If that's the case, you're blaming us Celestials?" Lu Feijia nodded. "If the Celestials weren't so arrogant, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. We have to fight to the death." Chu Li chuckled and shook his head. "Don't you think it's too hypocritical, Supreme Lord? If Azuras want to improve their Azura power technique, they need ferocious energy and blood. If we don't kill others, do we kill Azuras? That doesn't necessarily have to be the Grandmaster realm." Lu Feijia said, "After all, it's the Grandmaster realm that provoked us first. That's why things have gotten to this point. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this." Chu Li said, "If we don't attack first, you'll definitely come to us. When that happens, we'll die even more miserably. Supreme Lord Liu, you know that, right?" "Haha, you're quite eloquent." Lu Feijia shook his head. "If that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal." Chu Li laughed. "Supreme Lord Liu, you're taking advantage of us when we're down? I want to avenge my subordinates." "How is this taking advantage?" Lu Feijia chuckled. "Chu Li, you don't have to waste your efforts. You won't be able to recover in such a short period of time. Did you think that by chatting with me for a while, you'll be able to recover your cultivation level and have a chance to live? It just so happens that when you think you have a chance, I won't give you the chance. He laughed proudly. He saw through Chu Li's intentions at first glance, but pretended not to know. Then, when Chu Li's injuries were just a little better, he attacked again, causing Chu Li to feel despair. This feeling of personally crushing someone's hope was the most comfortable. Chu Li squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed through them. This Lu Feijia's thoughts were strange. He was tyrannical and cruel. He looked talented and elegant, but in reality, he was a twisted person. Not only did he kill people, but he also liked to torture people. In a flash, Lu Feijia appeared in front of Chu Li and lightly hit him with his palm. Chu Li felt a huge force pulling him forward, and he could not control his body. He quickly used 1,000 pounds falling to stabilize himself, but he was not in a hurry to use the 9 swords as one. He knew that it was useless now. This Lu Feijia's cultivation level was no weaker than Dukelin's. Without a perfect 9 swords as one, he could not hurt him at all. Lu Feijia's palm pressed down again. Chu Li instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He was already using the 1,000 pounds falling, but now that he was being pressed down by this force, it was too late for him to stop the 1,000 pounds falling. He fell straight to the ground. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Chu Li activated the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture in time to turn Yin into Yang. He suddenly stood up straight and pointed his finger. TSS. The flying star finger was aimed at Lu Feijia's chest. Lu Feijia lightly shook his palm, and instantly his palm energy collided with the finger energy. Bang! The flying star finger energy and his palm energy produced a dull sound that sounded like a beating drum. Then, an invisible force spread out, and Chu Li leaped to avoid the impact. The impact of the finger energy and palm energy was shocking. His current weak body could not withstand it. Chapter 2240. Great Finger Force. Lu Feijia was merciless and pressed his palm toward Chu Li again. His palm energy had reached the acme of perfection. He could absorb or repel, be it heavy or light, be it up or down. All of them were at his will. It was as if the palm energy that had been shot out was still in his body, which made Chu Li exclaim in admiration. However, despite his admiration, his killing intent was boiling. He had been looking for an opportunity to use the meteor finger to tangle with him, while desperately activating the 9 swords sword technique to accumulate the power of the technique. The more he used the 9 swords sword technique, the faster he became and the less time he needed to circulate it. He estimated that he would need another hour to fully accumulate it before he could deal a fatal blow. However, he was not confident at all. Lu Feijia was unusually cunning, and his light body technique was superb. It was difficult for him to escape to Lu Jianfei, who was 100 miles away. However, Sun Mingwei should have received his message for help and was on her way here. She would arrive soon. Therefore, he pretended to activate the 9 swords sword technique as if he was secretly preparing a fatal blow. Based on Lu Feijia's character, he would definitely give him time to prepare and then use the fatal blow when he was about to succeed. That way, he would feel even more refreshed. He used this to attract his attention and get Lu Jianfei to come as soon as possible. Fu Kaiwei stood in the distance and did not move closer. She seemed to be hesitating, but she was actually trying to distract Lu Feijia and reduce the pressure on Chu Li. Chu Li secretly praised her for her intelligence. However, for a powerful person like Lu Feijia, this trick was not very useful because Fu Kaiwei and Chu Li could not escape from him, even if they worked together. Sun Mingwei was fighting with a great Azura. This great Azura had a high cultivation level, and she had to be careful. Most importantly, she could not let him commit suicide. Therefore, she had to kill him in one blow before he felt that he was no match for her. Sun Mingyue's control of her cultivation level had been perfected. It looked like she only had half of her true cultivation level and was in an awkward situation. She was neither a top-notch master nor a first-rate master. She was in between first-rate and top-notch. The Great Azura's cultivation level was not as high as hers, but seemed to be stronger. He was also attacking wildly and wanted to kill her in one blow. Sun Mingwei glanced at the forest in the distance. Lu Jianfei and Huang Yu were hiding there. They were already disdainful of casually making a move. Once they came out, they would immediately chase this great Asura away. The Great Light Scripture was the nemesis of Asuras, and killing great Asuras was the best way to improve the Great Light Scripture. Therefore, she needed to kill great Asuras, and Lu Jianfei and Huang Yu fulfilled her wish by avoiding her from afar. Suddenly, she sensed something and her expression changed. Suddenly, her aura changed and her body shone brightly. In an instant, she struck the chest of the great Asura. The great Asura was caught off guard. After being hit by the palm, a ball of light suddenly appeared around his body. Then, the light burned around his body like a flame. His expression changed greatly, and he was no longer able to use the indiscriminate destruction technique. He could only watch as his blood essence burned to nothing before turning into a heart of Asura and disappearing. Sun Mingwei suddenly appeared in the forest and closed fists saluted. Masters Junior Lu, Brother Huang, Chu Li is in danger. And Lu Jianfei hurriedly said, "Then let's go." Huang Yu said, "Junior sister's son. How do you know?" Sun Mingwei said, "I have a connection with him. We can sense each other's force. His force is weak now, and he's injured. There aren't many great Asuras who can hurt him. It's very likely that Du Kellen has appeared. Lead the way," Lu Jianfei said. Sun Mingwei turned into a bright light and shot into the distance. Lu Jianfei and Huang Yu followed closely behind. Huang Yu said as they walked, "It can't be a trap, right? Masters Junior, we haven't seen Masters Senior Jing and Masters Senior Lu yet." "It's too late." Lu Jianfei shook his head. "But it's too dangerous to go just like that." Huang Yu frowned. "What if Du Kellen deliberately used Chu Li as bait to lure us over? That can't be helped. We can't just watch Chu Li die, right?" Lu Jianfei said. He glanced at Huang Yu and said in a deep voice, "You wait here. When Senior Brother Jing and Senior Brother Lu arrive, tell them to come find me." Huang Yu shook his head. "Masters Junior, I'll go with you." Lu Jianfei said, "Chu Li will definitely encounter someone powerful. It might not be Du Kellen, but it's definitely someone on the same level as him. You won't be of much help even if you go. Instead, you'll be a burden." Huang Yu blushed. Lu Jianfei said, "Although Mingyu is also a burden, she can lead the way. You have to wait here for Brother Jing and Brother Lu to bring them over. It'll be best if they can arrive in time." "Yes." Huang Yu nodded slowly. He was not worried about his own safety, but Lu Jianfei. Lu Jianfei patted his shoulder. "If they can't sense me when they arrive, then there's no need to come looking for me." "Masters Junior," Huang Yu quickly called out. Lu Jianfei smiled and said to Sun Mingwei, "Let's go." Sun Mingwei said, "Masters Junior Lu, Brother Huang, Chu Li's opponent is Lu Feijie, the Western Reverend Lord, Lu Feijie." Lu Jianfei shook his head. "He's someone more difficult to deal with than Du Kellen." He then smiled and said, "But you can rest assured that Lu Feijie won't join forces with the other Reverend Lords. We still have a chance." "Junior sister's son, how do you know it's Lu Feijie?" Huang Yu frowned. He was not suspicious. He was just curious as to how she could know Chu Li's thoughts from such a long distance. This strange skill was quite amazing. Could it be the legendary 1,000 miles voice transmission? Sun Mingwei smiled and did not say much. "All right, since it's Lu Feijie, then you have to wait for Brother Jing and Brother Lu. Let's go." Lu Jianfei said in a low voice. The three of them kept running as they spoke. Huang Yu cupped his fists and stopped in his tracks. He watched as Lu Jianfei sped away under Sun Mingyue's lead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huang Yu floated back to the forest where he had stayed earlier and looked into the distance anxiously. They had already sent out a signal to call for Masters Junior Lu and Masters Junior Lu. Unfortunately, they could not teleport to the foreign battlefields, so they could not rush over immediately. If they could not make it in time, Masters Junior Lu would be in danger. Lu Feijie was one of the 4 honorable lords and was even more powerful than Du Kellen. Masters Junior Lu might not be his match. He was anxious but helpless. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and bring the 2 Masters Junior Lu to help. Chu Li channeled and used Flying Star Finger to compete with Lu Feijia's palm energy, appreciating the superb Azura's divine palm. Lu Feijia laughed. You call for help, right? Chu Li replied, yes. Lu Feijia squinted his eyes and laughed. He shook his head. What a cunning little fella. He felt that Chu Li did not call for help, but used it to distract him so that he could quietly accumulate energy and give him a fatal blow. This little fella was very cunning. It was better to get rid of him. He had a murderous intent in his heart, and his actions became more and more natural. What finger energy did you use? Chu Li replied, ring finger. Looks like it's a martial art that you obtained through a fortuitous encounter, Lu Feijia said. Looks like you had many fortuitous encounters. Chu Li replied, yes. Lu Feijia's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at Chu Li's back. He felt a master approaching quickly. Chapter 22:41. Chu Li frowned. It was impossible to stop him with his body technique. Almost instinctively, the 9 swords turned into a ball of silver light and shot out. The speed of the sword wheel was like lightning, shooting behind him in an instant. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. Lu Feijia was unscathed, but the 9 swords were scattered and shot towards Chu Li. They floated in the air and formed a sword wheel again, like a giant beast occupying the void, staring at him. He felt it was a pity. This time, he only had half of the power of his strongest attack. He had not filled his sea of energy yet, so he was forced to use this attack. The power was indeed extraordinary, much stronger than before. He was already standing beside Fu Kaiwei. The sword of indifference above his head shot out a few swords. TSS, 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 TSS. The invisible swords pierced towards Lu Feijia. A faintly discernible red light shrouded him. He looked at Chu Li and slowly nodded. This must be your killer move. 9 swords in one, the city of 10,000 swords. Chu Li nodded. 9 swords in one. Great cultivation level, Supreme Master Lu. You can't kill me with this little ability. Lu Feijia scoffed. He looked at Lu Jianfei, who was approaching, and squinted. It's you, Lu Jianfei. Lu Feijia. Lu Jianfei rushed towards him. Sun Mingwei came to Chu Li's side and looked at him. Are you okay? Chu Li smiled. I won't die yet. Thank goodness you made it in time. Sun Mingwei frowned. Masters Junior Lu took the risk to come here. It's a shame that Masters Junior Jing and Masters Junior Lu didn't come. They might not be able to defeat Lu Feijia, right? Chu Li shook his head. Let's wait and see. I'm going to channel. Sun Mingwei nodded and looked at Fu Kaiwei. Senior Sister Fu, are you okay? Fu Kaiwei pursed her lips and smiled. You still remember me. She watched helplessly as Sun Mingwei only had eyes for Chu Li. Sun Mingwei's eyes were fixated on Chu Li, and she had completely ignored her. This was a woman who had fallen in love. Sun Mingwei smiled. Senior Sister Fu is so reassuring. Fu Kaiwei said, I also owe Chu Li for saving my life. Be careful. Lu Feijia is very despicable. He might ambush us. Understood. Sun Mingwei nodded. The 2 women stood in front of Chu Li so that he could focus on channeling. Chu Li gave it his all to activate the 9 swords sword technique, striving to fill the sea of energy as soon as possible to form the strongest attack. Although it would not kill Lu Feijia, it would at least be able to threaten him. Otherwise, it would only be a burden. He had witnessed Lu Jianfei's strength. Just like Lu Feijia, he struck out lightly with his palm. The 2 of them seemed to be playing a game. Their right palms struck out lightly, as though they weren't affected by the force at all. But between the 2 of them, muffled sounds rang out incessantly, like rolling thunder in spring, shaking one's soul. The ground between the 2 of them had already become bare, and the surrounding trees had long been swept away, leaving only an empty flat ground for the 2 of them to leisurely gesture, causing the 2 women to be shocked. Their skills were profound and could be considered as top-notch masters. They had seen masters like Lu Feijia and Lu Jianfei before, but it was extremely rare for them to fight in such a strange way. It was as though they were both controlling their own strength to prevent it from spilling out. They were also exploring each other's weaknesses, striving to kill in one hit. Chu Li's omniscient mirror could see the two's invisible palm energy clashing. It seemed to be a light gesture, but in fact, the two's palm energy was changing into various shapes. One moment it was a blade, the next moment it was a sword, the next moment it was a shield, and the next moment it was a spear. Both of them were restraining each other. Lu Feijia's palm energy shot out like an arrow, while Lu Jianfei's inner energy turned into a round shield to block it. Lu Feijia's palm energy turned into an arrow, trying to avoid the round shield formed by the palm energy, but the round shield suddenly moved and blocked the arrow again. Lu Feijia then turned the arrow into a sword and stabbed at the round shield, while Lu Jianfei turned the round shield into a blade and slashed at the sword. The two's palm energy clashed, and both of them were extremely refined. Chu Li could not help but admire Lu Jianfei's profound skills. But Lu Jianfei was indeed at a disadvantage. He was not as good as Lu Feijia, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He desperately urged the 9 swords sword technique and wanted nothing more than to fill up his 9 sea of aura. Unfortunately, time waited for no man. 20 great Azuras flew over from afar, and their cultivation levels were similar to the 20 great Azuras from before. Eliminate them, Lu Feijia said calmly, then pouted at Chu Li and the others. The 20 great Azuras replied, "Yes, honorable lord." They pounced at Chu Li and the others at the same time. Chu Li did not move and continued to focus on the 9 sword technique. Although he could multitask, the speed at which he channeled the 9 sword technique was much faster, and it shortened the time needed to fill up his 9 sea of aura. Sun Mingyue's figure blurred, and she turned into a bright light that shot toward one of the great Azuras. The great Azura met her with his palm, and as soon as he came into contact with Sun Mingyue, his body began to glow. Before his protective red light could light up, a white flame had already appeared, and it burned brighter and brighter. The great Azura's face revealed a pained expression, and he quickly turned into flames. In the end, a bloody mist filled the air, and the heart of Azura flashed before it completely disappeared. Fu Kaiwei tossed out a jade pendant, and a green light instantly protected Chu Li. She then let out a soft shout, and a delicate shout came out of her mouth. "Freeze!" As soon as she shouted, the 19 great Azura's bodies suddenly stopped moving. In that instant, 3 of the great Azuras were wrapped up by Sun Mingyue's scripture flame of great light. Their bodies emitted a white light that turned into raging flames, and then they burned like human-shaped candles. After a while, they turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. Fu Kaiwei softly shouted again, "Freeze!" The remaining 16 great Azuras stopped moving again, and Sun Mingyue's figure had already become blurred, and she pushed her speed to the limit. The two of them cooperated very well. After all, they were sisters from the same sect, and they knew each other's background. Another 4 great Azuras were burned by the scripture flame of great light, and they quickly disappeared. Fu Kaiwei shouted again, "Freeze!" Her face was as pale as a sheet, and the redness that she had regained earlier had faded again. Sun Mingyue's body turned into a white light, and she instantly hit 5 great Azuras, and they turned into flames again. Fu Kaiwei was on the verge of collapsing, and she no longer had the strength to use the soul-petrifying secret skill. Sun Mingyue's face was also pale, and her eyes were dim. Bang, 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 bang. Just as the remaining 7 great Azuras were about to surround and kill the 2 women, they suddenly flew out and turned into bloody mist in the air, and were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The 7 great Azuras were taken advantage of by Chu Li, and the god-punishing thunder sword shot out, and they were completely destroyed. Chu Li opened his eyes, and blue light flickered in them. He sighed and said, "Hurry up and leave." He had already sensed Lu Feijia's eerie killing intent, and it was directed at the 2 women. He did not expect the 2 women to be so powerful when they worked together. Unfortunately, his 9 sword energies did not fill up his 9 energy seas, and it was not powerful enough to kill Lu Feijia. Even if he attacked, it would not help, and he had to bear with it. So he had to let the two women leave quickly. What will you do if we leave? Sun Minghua frowned. Chu, Li shook his head. I have my own plans. Let's go. He took a step and stood between Sun Minghua and Fu Kaiwei, then grabbed the two women and shot out. Bang! A palm print appeared where the two women were, and it was clearly imprinted on the ground. It was a foot deep, and it looked as if a huge rock had fallen from the sky. Chapter 2242. Chu Li could no longer care about the circulation of the 9 swords sword technique. His mind was racing as he activated the omniscient mirror, heavenly star insight technique, heaven's eye, and nature restoration manifestation at the same time to predict the position of Lu Feijia's next palm strike. By the time Lu Feijia attacked with his palm, it was already too late. His palm was too fast, faster than his reaction speed. Chu Li hugged the two women and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, while Lu Jianfei desperately tried to stop him. At this moment, he realized that his cultivation level was far inferior to Lu Feijia's, and he actually could not stop Lu Feijia's left palm attack. Lu Feijia was multitasking. He had the upper hand in dealing with Chu Li with his right palm, while his left palm chased after Chu Li. Moreover, Chu Li's speed of escape was far slower than his speed of pursuit. The closer he got, the harder it was to avoid his left palm. Lu Jianfei panicked. He knew that if he did not think of a way to stop Lu Feijia, Chu Li and the other two would be in danger. Lu Feijia could take their lives with just one palm. These three were the top figures of the younger generation, the pillars of the future. If they were to die in the hands of Lu Feijia, it would be a great loss. As a martial uncle, he would be too ashamed to face others. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. Suddenly, with a clear whistle, his body emitted a hazy green light, like the warm luster of jade. His entire body seemed to have become a jade sculpture. Martial Uncle Lu, you can't. Fu Kaiwei shouted. Lu Jianfei smiled and shook his head. Kaiwei, work hard and avenge me in the future. He was burning his lifespan. After a while, all of his lifespan would be burned away, and he would obtain extraordinary power. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Feijia, he would be able to heavily injure him. Lu Feijia frowned at him and snorted, fine. He had already gotten close to Chu Li and was aiming his palm at his chest. All of a sudden, Chu Li let go of the two women's left palm that was heading toward him. He reached out with his right hand, and the sky regal sword that was hovering above his head appeared in his hand. Lu Feijia's palm was so fast that it had already struck Chu Li's chest. At the same time, a clear light streaked toward his throat. A powerful force suddenly appeared and bound him. However, he sneered and broke through this powerful force with a light shake. He raised his right palm in front of his throat. As he straightened his palm, he retreated at the same time. He felt that the power of this sword was not to be underestimated. He couldn't take it head-on. Cheat. His right palm fell to the ground without a sound. His wrist was white, but there was no blood. The heaven-killing sword slashed across his right palm, but did not manage to slash his neck. He had already retreated to avoid the sword. He looked at his right palm helplessly and saw that Chu Li's hair had suddenly turned white. His eyebrows had also turned snow white, and his face was covered in wrinkles. He had suddenly turned from a young man into an old man. Good. Lu Feijia sneered and said, You're really ruthless enough. He could tell at a glance that Chu Li was also using the lifespan burning technique. That one slash had used up all of his lifespan. He was already at the end of his life and did not have much time left to live. It was the same for the other guy. Bam! Lu Jianfei silently appeared behind him and struck out with his palm. Lu Feijia originally wanted to use his right palm to block the attack, but he suddenly realized that his right palm was no longer there. In that moment of sluggishness, Lu Jianfei's left palm had already struck his chest. Lu Feijia flew straight out and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Lu Jianfei had used a secret technique to burn his lifespan, and his shockingly powerful palm strike had finally heavily injured him. Lu Feijia's face darkened. He channeled his force and was about to counterattack, but a ball of silver light suddenly appeared. He could only use his palm to block the attack. Bam! Lu Feijian sped up again. His clothes were torn, and his body was a bloody mess. Chu Li shouted, "Mingyu!" Sun Mingwei stepped forward and held his big hand. Their forces blended together, and the supreme scripture of Vajra circulated mightily. Chu Li activated the sacrificial divine power and struck out with his right palm. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot down from the sky and turned into golden palms that slammed towards Lu Feijian. It was as if the endless golden palms had turned into a storm and attacked him. These golden palms looked like they were made of real gold. They were clear and real. When they landed on his body, loud bam-bam sounds could be heard. Lu Feijian's protective red light had already been broken by the 9 swords in one. At this moment, his body was being attacked by the golden palms, and his injuries were worsening. Bam! Lu Jianfei struck out with his palm again. Lu Feijian met it with his left palm. Bam! His body that was flying backward suddenly stopped as if he was being pulled by Lu Jianfei. Lu Jianfei's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat. A proud smile appeared on Lu Feijian's handsome face. Lu Jianfei only felt that the inner energy in his body was surging out like a broken dam, rushing towards Lu Feijian. Lu Feijian was actually using a strange technique that absorbed and devoured his cultivation level. Lu Jianfei's heart was cold. He felt that something was wrong. If this continued, his cultivation level would become Lu Feijian's cultivation level and quickly recover from his injuries. Then, he would kill Lu Jianfei, Chu Li, and the others. He struck out with his palm towards Lu Feijian's forehead again. However, a crisp pop sound was heard. His palm was firmly stuck on Lu Feijian's forehead and could not be pulled out. Both of his palms were being sucked in. He turned his head and looked in the direction he came from. It seemed that he could not meet senior brother Jing and senior brother Lu for the last time. Thinking of this, he began to work hard to reverse the flow of blood and slowed down the speed of the inner energy flowing into his body. He tried to delay as much time as possible, hoping that a miracle would happen and senior brother Jing and senior brother Lu would arrive in time. Chu Li leaned forward and struck Lu Feijian's back with his palm. His palm was like it was made of gold. This was his strongest palm, and it was enough to injure Lu Feijian. The turbulent suction from Lu Feijian's body sucked in his right palm and took the opportunity to devour his cultivation level. Chu Li sneered and pressed his other palm on Lu Jianfei. Instantly, his inner energy also poured into Lu Jianfei's body. Both of their inner energies surged towards Lu Feijian. Chu Li shook his head. This was the situation he was least afraid of. It might be a miracle to others, but to him who cultivated the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture, it was the most familiar and easiest to deal with. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture was activated. The yin-yang wheels on the shoulders of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation Buddha in the void of his mind suddenly flashed. His body produced 2 auras of extreme yin and yang. One of his palms was extreme yin, while the other was extreme yang. 2 completely different inner energies entered Lu Feijian's body. These 2 different inner energies were refined and pure. They were not only inner energies, but also soul energy. After entering Lu Feijian's body, they were not devoured and melted by Lu Feijian. Suddenly, they began to repel each other. Lu Feijian's expression changed, and the inner energy in his body became chaotic. Chu Li's right hand suddenly left his body and reached towards the sky. Once again, the imperial sky sword fell and gently swung. Lu Feijian wanted to speak, but could not. His head was already separated from his body and rolled to the ground. Bang! Blood mist condensed. Chu Li and Lu Jianfei were sent flying and spat out blood in the air. Sun Mingwei went forward to catch Chu Li, while Fu Kaiwei caught Lu Jianfei. They landed gently on the ground, and the blood mist had already dissipated. Chu Li saw a thick red line floating into his body. After merging with his blood, it went straight to his heart. Then, his body suddenly tensed up as if it had become much heavier. Then, it became much lighter as if he was flying. He felt the strength of his body. Originally, he could use the 9 swords as 1 7 times. Now, he should be able to use it 9 times. This time, he had gained a lot. The faint green light around Lu Jianfei had already dissipated. He pushed Fu Caiwei's hand away and looked at Chu Li. "How is it?" Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "Senior Lu, don't worry. I won't die. You killed the Honorable Lord. We're in big trouble now," Lu Jianfei said solemnly. Looking at Chu Li's aged appearance, he shook his head and sighed. "Burning my life force, the Imperial Sky Sword." Chapter 2243. Chu Li smiled nonchalantly. "Senior Lu, how can you not pay a price for killing a revered lord? Didn't you burn your lifespan too? It doesn't matter to me anymore." Lu Jianfei shook his head. He felt that there was no difference between living and dying. It was just a matter of living day by day, peacefully and bored towards death. It did not matter if he suddenly burned his lifespan and died suddenly. Instead, he felt that it was more satisfying. He just did not want to end his own life, but it was better to have a chance to perish together with a revered lord and save a rising star. Chu Li asked, "Senior Lu, don't you want to go to the heavenly demonic realm?" Lu Jianfei was stunned. Fu Caiwei pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Li said that he can use sky-murdering sword technique to imitate the heavenly demonic power and sneak into the heavenly demonic realm. He has tried it, and there's no problem. Masters Jr., you can try it too. Really? Lu Jianfei stepped forward and grabbed Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. How would I dare to joke with you about this? He did not care what Lu Jianfei was thinking. The two of them fought side by side, gave their all, and risked their lives to kill Lu Feijia. He benefited the most, so of course he had to repay him. Lu Jianfei stared at Chu Li. His lips trembled slightly, and his eyes shone brightly. He was no longer as dispirited as before. Can I really enter the heavenly demonic realm? Chu Li smiled and nodded. Senior, don't worry. We'll go after we recover. What do you think? All right, all right. Lu Jianfei was ecstatic. His eyes lit up as he said eagerly, Caiwei, quick, bring me the spirit medicine. He looked at Chu Li's white hair and wrinkled face. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that we didn't bring any spirit medicine to prolong one's lifespan. We'll return to Crouching Dragon City now and go to the peak to get the spirit medicine. Chu Li smiled. Senior, don't worry. I'm fine. Sigh. You. Lu Jianfei shook his head. He felt that Chu Li was too reckless. From the looks of it, he did not have many years left to live. The price to pay for dying so early at such a young age was too high. However, if they didn't go all out just now, they would have died directly. Not only would they have died, but the two women wouldn't have been spared either. They had no other choice but to sigh helplessly. He glanced at Sun Mingwei and nodded to himself when he saw that Sun Mingwei did not look sad. This Sun Mingwei was indeed the bishop of the Holy Church of Light. She had a deep mind and did not show her emotions. She was even more outstanding than most men. Fu Caiwei took out a bottle of spirit medicine and threw it to Chu Li. Sun Mingwei took it and poured out the entire bottle of spirit medicine before stuffing it into Chu Li's mouth. Her jade-like hands forcefully stuffed it into his mouth, her face expressionless. Chu Li looked at her and swallowed it helplessly. Fu Caiwei asked, Chu Li, are you really all right? I won't die. Chu Li smiled. Fu Caiwei shook her head lightly and did not say anything else. She had the same guess as Lu Jianfei and did not dare to look at Sun Mingwei in case she showed sympathy. They loved each other but could not stay together. Judging from Chu Li's appearance, he would not live for long. One could imagine Sun Mingwei's pain. Chu Li said, I've always been lucky. Even if I lose my lifespan, I can slowly recover it. It's just that after killing a revered lord, it's best for us to escape back to Sleeping Dragon City. Sigh. Lu Jianfei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Chu Li, you're in big trouble this time. A revered lord has been killed. This is a great humiliation to Azura. When the ruler of God appears, the first thing he'll do is to kill you. Chu Li nodded. He also knew the consequences of killing a reverend lord. He would become the public enemy of the entire Azura realm. All of the Azuras would want to kill him, and they wouldn't stop until he was dead. No matter how strong he was, there would be Azuras coming to kill him. They would do everything they could to take him down with them. They might even assassinate his women and friends to make him pay the price. This would serve as a deterrent and let everyone know the dignity of an Azura revered lord. Do you have any way to deal with this? Lu Jianfei asked. Chu Li smiled. Kill the other 3 revered lords. Lu Jianfei, shook his head and laughed. How ambitious. This was impossible. Although Chu Li's cultivation level was high, it was far from the level where he could kill a revered lord. If he did not team up with Lu Jianfei, he would definitely die alone. Even if he burned his lifespan and used a secret skill, it would still be useless. Chu Li said, Senior, I don't have any other choice now. I can only kill until the end and make the Azura afraid. The Azura are immortal. They won't be afraid, Lu Jianfei said. Instead, we're the ones who are afraid. It's best for you to hide. Then I can only hide in the heavenly demonic realm, Chu Li said. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the heavenly demonic realm to be on good terms with the Azura. Lu Jianfei frowned. Chu Li shook his head. I've stayed in the heavenly demonic realm for a while. From what I know, the heavenly demonic realm and the Azura aren't on good terms. Instead, they're already having an affair. It's very likely that they're going to fall out. Oh! Lu Jianfei looked at him in surprise. Chu Li told him about what he saw in the heavenly demonic realm. When he heard that the great Azura assassinated the heavenly demonic realm, Lu Jianfei frowned and pondered. Chu Li felt that Lu Jianfei was a kindred spirit. Since he had taken a liking to the witch, his hostility towards the heavenly demonic realm was naturally shallow. He could listen to Chu Li's words, but if he told it to other heavenly men, they would not care at all. Lu Jianfei pondered. Chu Li said, Let's return to the town first. In their current state, if they ran into Du Kellen again, they would really die. Masters Junior Lu. A shout came from afar. 3 figures came like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they were close. It was Huang Yu and 2 middle-aged men. These 2 middle-aged men had square faces. Their looks were ordinary and their gazes were gentle. They looked the most mediocre, and it was difficult to tell that they were martial arts masters. However, their speed was indeed shocking. Their cultivation level was only slightly lower than Lu Jianfei's. Senior Brother Jing, Senior Brother Lu. Lu Jianfei smiled. The 2 of them stepped forward. When they saw his appearance, they asked in a deep voice, Have you fought? I've killed the Western Reverend Lord, Lu Feijia. Lu Jianfei sighed. Sun Mingyue and Fu Kaiwei went forward to greet the 2 middle-aged men. Fu Kaiwei told them what happened, and the 2 looked at Chu Li. Huang Yu also recognized Chu Li. Although his hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles, the clothes he wore and the way Sun Mingyue was standing next to him intimately proved his identity. This is really troublesome, the 2 said. Although killing Lu Feijia was admirable, the trouble that followed was even worse. The Azura realm would not allow the 2 to live. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. The group walked towards Sleeping Dragon City. The journey was smooth, and no one disturbed them. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, Chu Li noticed that his body was flashing with a dazzling red light. The red light shot up 10 feet into the sky. However, this red light could not be seen by ordinary people. Azuras could see it clearly and sense it from afar. After returning to Sleeping Dragon City, they immediately teleported back to Taihao Peak. Then, Chu Li went into isolated cultivation. Sun Mingyue knew what he needed and found some spirit herbs for him to absorb his life force. 3 days later, when Chu Li came out of isolated cultivation, he had returned to his original appearance. His hair was black and his face was as gentle as jade. As soon as he came out, he saw Lu Jianfei standing outside the courtyard. Chapter 2244. Senior Lu, have you not fully recovered from your injuries? Chu Li asked with a frown. Logically speaking, Great Dawn Peak had a lot of elixirs and medicines, and Lu Jianfei's cultivation was high. Coupled with elixirs, no matter how serious his injuries were, he should have already recovered by now. He should not be as weak as he was now. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. If he ran into Lu Feigjie again in such a situation, he would definitely die. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the aftermath of using the secret technique. He hadn't practiced much in the past 3 days. He was really too irresponsible. He had already abandoned his body. He could have become a monk and treated his body like a stinky bag. Lu Jianfei shook his head with a smile and said, "It doesn't matter. Let's go quickly." Chu Li frowned. With Senior Lu's current cultivation level, it's still very difficult for you to cultivate Heaven Regicide Sword. Is the Heaven Killing Sword that hard to cultivate? Lu Jianfei frowned. Chu Li said, "The cultivation of Heaven Killing Sword requires comprehension and a state of mind. Masters Junior Lu, your current state of mind is not compatible with Heaven Killing Sword. No matter how good your aptitude is, you won't be able to cultivate Heaven Killing Sword technique. Let's practice while we're on our way," Lu Jianfei said. He couldn't wait to see his sweetheart. Originally, he thought that he would never have the chance to see her again in this life, and could only see her in his dreams every night. However, the face of his sweetheart was as clear as day. He didn't know how she was doing now, whether she had an accident or whether she was still waiting for him. Dozens of years had passed, and he had met her countless times in his dreams. This time, he was finally going to meet her in person. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He couldn't calm his heart and cultivate, nor did he care about his body's injuries, allowing the spiritual medicine to heal on its own. 3 days in such a situation was naturally not enough for him to recover. Chu Li shook his head and said, "You can't cultivate the heaven-murdering sword technique while you're on the road. You need absolute silence and can't be disturbed. You still have to cultivate at Taihao Peak. Senior Lu, you've forgotten yourself." Once his mental state was lost, no matter how good Lu Jianfei's perception was, it would be very difficult for him to comprehend the true meaning of the heaven-killing sword art. On the other hand, the heaven-murder sword technique required the state of mind to be in harmony. Without the state of mind, it was useless to just comprehend it. There was no power to speak of. Moreover, it did not have the God's will of the heaven-murder sword. It was very difficult for it to be similar to the heavenly demonic power. Lu Jianfei's expression turned solemn, and he said in a solemn voice, "All right, I will calm my heart down." Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. "Follow me," Lu Jianfei said. He turned around and walked out with Chu Li following closely behind. The two of them left the guest house and went up to a stone cave. The cave was about the height of 2 people and the width of 2 people. Standing inside did not feel stuffy at all. Instead, it felt refreshing and spacious. The air inside the cave was fresh. It was obvious that someone had set up ventilation holes that no one could see. The two of them came to the depths of the cave. It was a living room with a stone table and a stone table. On the table, there was a teapot and 2 teacups. Other than that, there was nothing else. It was empty and cold. "This is my residence," Lu Jianfei said. Chu Li nodded lightly and did not show any surprise. "Are you cultivating the heaven-murdering sword technique here? How is it?" Lu Jianfei asked. Chu Li said, "Once the sword energy is condensed, I'm afraid this place will be destroyed." "It's fine," Lu Jianfei said. Chu Li said, "Let's do it here then." He could see that Lu Jianfei had nothing in his heart and did not care about anything. He was indeed living like a walking corpse. This was the best state for martial arts practitioners, which was why he had his current cultivation level. He sat on a stone stool next to him and said slowly, "Senior Lu, my technique is different from ordinary people. I need you to be unguarded." Lu Jianfei smiled. "Why would I be wary of you?" "Senior Lu, please sit on the couch. I'll explain the sword technique," Chu Li said. Lu Jianfei sat on the stone couch without hesitation. He sat cross-legged and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li closed his eyes slightly and formed a seal with his hands. He was like an old monk in meditation, motionless. Lu Jianfei looked at him curiously. His heart calmed down and did not let himself get excited. While his heart was calm, Chu Li murmured. Lu Jianfei listened carefully and unknowingly closed his eyes. His eyes began to shine brightly. He had unknowingly arrived at the peak of a mountain. He stood next to a pine tree. The breeze gently caressed his face. It was indescribably comfortable. Chu Li was already standing under the pine tree. He smiled at him and began to swing his sword. Chu Li's movements were slow and calm. As he moved slowly, his body became transparent. A red line appeared from his dantian and flowed in his meridians along with the sword's momentum. When the sword's momentum was withdrawn, the red line had already circled around and returned to his dantian. Lu Jianfei saw it clearly and remembered it immediately. Chu Li gestured for him to practice. Lu Jianfei took the sword and slowly swung it. He actually mastered it in one go. He felt the flow of inner energy in his body. When the sword's momentum recovered, there was already a strange force in his dantian. He knew that this was the sword aura of Heaven Murder sword technique. He did not expect it to be so easy. Chu Li continued to practice and began to practice the next style. Lu Jianfei followed closely behind and learned it. After memorizing it, he practiced it again and remembered it clearly. Chu Li practiced 9 styles. He also learned 9 styles. In the end, his eyes were filled with light. His vision gradually became blurry. He woke up in a daze and looked at Chu Li opposite him. Chu Li also opened his eyes. There seemed to be a faint light between his eyebrows. He was using the scripture impartation method. It consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy to let Lu Jianfei comprehend Heaven Murder sword technique in the shortest time possible. Lu Jianfei looked surprised. A strange feeling appeared in his heart. It seemed to be a murderous intent, but also a sense of unwillingness. It was as if he wanted to go against heaven and achieve his goal at all costs. This strange feeling coincided with what he felt. Ever since he knew that Chu Li could bring him into the heavenly demonic realm, his originally dead heart was revived. He realized that he had buried so much unwillingness and anger in his heart for so many years. He had always had a strong urge to go against heaven and change his fate. However, he had been suppressing all kinds of impulses for so many years. At this moment, this strange feeling ignited him. His eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. He leaped up and unsheathed his sword in the air. He displayed Heaven Murder sword technique. Chi, the sword aura of Heaven Murder sword technique, slashed across the surroundings. The stone table was slashed by the sword aura, revealing a deep hole. The stone block was slashed by the sword aura and a corner fell off. A deep mark appeared on the surrounding wall. It emitted a cold aura that made people not dare to look directly at it. Chu Li clapped his hands and smiled. Lu Jianfei's comprehension was really outstanding. He only needed a little guidance from Chu Li to cultivate it successfully. He was worthy of being the top disciple of Taihao Peak. Lu Jianfei vented all kinds of negative thoughts with his sword. He sheathed his sword and looked at Chu Li in surprise. What secret skill is this? Chu Li smiled. It's the scripture impartation method. Senior Lu, you didn't have your guard up. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an effect. Amazing. Lu Jianfei sighed. Not only did he praise Chu Li for being able to pull him into his illusion, but more importantly, Chu Li was able to pass on the sword intent of Heaven Murder sword to him, allowing him to comprehend Heaven Murder sword technique in one go. The sword intent that could only be understood but could not be conveyed was actually transmitted by him. This broke the precedent and was extremely shocking. Chu Li said, "If Senior Lu had any distracting thoughts, I wouldn't be able to complete it." Chapter 2245. Lu Jianfei sighed. I've mastered it now, right? Chu Li smiled. I've mastered it. That's great. Lu Jianfei smiled. When he thought about meeting his sweetheart soon, he became excited again. He initially thought that the cultivation of Heaven Murder sword technique was difficult and not something that could be accomplished in one go. He did not expect it to be so easy. This was all thanks to Chu Li's mysterious and unfathomable technique of transferring energy. Chu Li said, "Senior Lu, let's depart tomorrow." "All right." Lu Jianfei nodded. Chu Li exited and saw Fu Kaiwei standing outside. She stood outside the cave, her yellow robe fluttering in the wind, exuding a lonely aura. Chu Li knew that she had been thinking about revenge, so he came to her side. She turned to look at him and brushed her messy hair. Masters Junior Liu has learned Heaven Murder Sword technique? Chu Li nodded. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Let's hope that lovers get married. Chu Li smiled. That might not be the case. Life is full of strange things. I don't know what's waiting for Senior Liu. Their identities will make it difficult for them to be together unless he cultivates the real heavenly demonic power. Impossible. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. I think it's good enough if we can see each other once a month or even once a year. People who truly love each other don't have to stay together all the time. Chu Li smiled and shook his head without saying anything. It was obvious that she had never fallen in love before. It was a painful torture to not be able to stay together with one's lover. They would want to be together every minute and second. Once they were apart, they would not be able to see each other. They would feel dull and would not be motivated to do anything. Fu Kaiwei said, "Congratulations, your cultivation level has increased again after this life and death battle." Even though Chu Li's earth demonic stone concealed his aura, she could sense that Chu Li had become stronger through observation. Chu Li nodded. Disasters and blessings always come hand in hand. Killing Lu Feijie caused a lot of trouble, but I also gained a lot. Unfortunately, your current cultivation level is not enough to deal with Song Wuji. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. I'm still far from it. Chu Li replied, All right, I'll continue to cultivate diligently. After accompanying Senior Liu to the heavenly demonic realm this time, I'll return to the foreign battleground to continue training. Aren't you afraid that the other 3 Supreme Lords will come looking for you? Fu Kaiwei was surprised, her big bright eyes staring at him. Chu Li smiled. This is a rare opportunity. Since the ruler of God hasn't appeared yet, I should take this opportunity to improve my cultivation level. Once the ruler of God is born, my good days will come to an end. When that time comes, Shaoqi and Ming, you will have to stay at Taihao Peak. Yes, of course. Fu Kaiwei nodded and said, I won't let them go down the mountain. If Azura could not deal with Chu Li, he would definitely make a move on the women around him. There was no doubt about this. Azura did not follow the rules at all. Although Shaoqi and Sun Mingyue were powerful, they could not take the risk. Chu Li gave a fist salute and was about to leave. His expression suddenly changed, and he frowned in deep thought. Fu Kaiwei saw his expression change and stared at him curiously. He had always been calm and composed, calm and unrestrained. There were not many things that could make his expression change, so it had to be something big. Chu Li had been frowning in deep thought. What happened? Fu Kaiwei could not help but ask curiously. Chu Li looked up at her. Shaoqi has gone missing. Fu Kaiwei said, Junior sister, Xiao hasn't returned. Did something happen to her? Chu Li said, I can't sense her. Something's not right. He and Shaoqi had always had a faint connection, but this connection was different from Sun Mingyue's. Sun Mingyue and Chu Li could sense each other through the supreme diamond scripture, so they could talk to each other in their minds. The connection he had with Shaoqi was not a mystical technique, but it was a kind of bone-deep bond. The depth and closeness of their relationship gave him a sense of sustenance and bondage. It was an extremely wonderful connection, similar to having a telepathic connection. No matter how far away they were, they could sense each other. Now that he could not sense Shaoqi, it was obvious that something had happened to her. Shaoqi had a void-breaching bead. Even if she was in danger in the foreign battlefields and encountered people like Du Kellen and Lu Feijie, she could escape with the void-breaching bead. How could she suddenly disappear? Chu Li panicked a little and quickly took a deep breath. He formed a mudra with both hands and channeled Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. After a while, he completely suppressed his emotions, leaving only his rationality. Fu Kaiwei felt that something was wrong when she saw him like this. She stared at him with her clear eyes. Chu Li, is Junior Sister Xiao in danger? Fu Kaiwei frowned. Chu Li said slowly, It's very likely. I have to go back to the foreign lands. I can only apologize to Senior Liu and ask him to go to the heavenly demonic realm himself. He can enter with the Heaven Murder Sword technique. This Fu Kaiwei said, "Why don't we ask Masters Junior Lu to wait?" She felt that it was impossible. The heavenly demonic realm was mysterious to Devis, and no one had ever set foot in it. Chu Li said, "Senior Lu can't wait. We just need to ask him to put aside other martial arts and just use the Heaven Murder Sword technique. The heavenly demonic realm isn't that scary." "All right," Fu Kaiwei sighed. "Be careful then. The other 3 honorable lords might be looking for you even before the ruler of God appears." She felt terrified just thinking about it. After witnessing the might of an honorable lord, she had no confidence. Her cultivation level was similar to Chu Li's, but she lacked Chu Li's ruthlessness and decisiveness, as well as his perfect grasp of timing. Chu Li smiled and gave her a fist salute. "Tell Mingwei that I can't bid farewell to her anymore." "You guys." Fu Kaiwei shook her head and could not help but laugh. She was smart and could naturally tell that Sun Mingwei and Chu Li were at odds with each other. However, outsiders could not intervene in the matter between the 3 of them, so she could only stay out of it. She could only say that Chu Li reaped what he sowed. If he had focused on one thing, there would not have been so much trouble. Chu Li suddenly disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in Sleeping Dragon City and went straight to the foreign lands battlefield. He traveled quickly and swept across the land like a shadow. He was silent, but incredibly fast. He used the combination of the Heavenly Star Insight technique and the Heaven's Eye to deduce where Shao Qi was last seen. He was burning with anxiety, but he had a feeling that Shao Qi was still alive, so he was in a hurry to find her. If he was a second late, Shao Qi's life and death would be decided. He had already activated the sacrificial divine power. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly as he focused on his surroundings. The red light on his body soared into the sky. The Azuras within 100 miles could sense his presence and could not help but feel murderous toward him. They wanted to kill him at all costs. The higher their cultivation level, the stronger their murderous intent toward him. While he was traveling, 2 great Azuras suddenly appeared. Their eyes were bloodshot and they were extremely furious. They rushed toward him without a care for their own safety. Chu Li did not even look at them. Without slowing down, the 9 swords rose from the scabbard and formed a sword wheel. They turned into a ball of silver light and shot toward the 2 great Azuras. Then the 9 swords returned to the top of his head and formed a sword wheel. Chapter 2246. 2 streaks of red light slowly floated into his body. While he was sprinting, he also sensed that the 2 great Azuras were acting strangely. Compared to before, their killing intent seemed to be even stronger. It was as if they could not control themselves when they saw him and did not make a decision after careful consideration. They were filled with anger and killing intent, as if they wanted to kill him at all costs. Even if they could not defeat him, they would die together. In the past, his body also had a red glow, but the great Azuras did not have such a strong killing intent. As for the 2 great Azuras just now, they definitely did not recognize him. It was only because they were affected by the red light emanating from his body that they rushed out to die without a care for their own safety. He pondered, could it be that the stronger the red light on his body, the more attractive he would be to the Azuras, and the more it would affect the Azuras' killing intent? Not only would they sense it, but they would also hate him and want to kill him. The stronger the red glow, the stronger their killing intent. Unable to control themselves? If that was the case, it was because he had killed Lu Feijia earlier. It was as if the red line on Lu Feijia's body was exceptionally thick. With that red line, the red glow on his body became even stronger and shot up into the sky. As he rushed forward, more and more great Azuras rushed out to kill him. Even though their cultivation levels were far weaker than his, they still attacked him without hesitation and without reason. Chu Li did not even need to use 9 swords. The regal heaven sword lightly swept past their necks and cut off their heads. Then they turned into a mist of blood and a red line that floated out and disappeared. His speed was not affected by his sword attacks. His feet were light and the sword in his hand was light. It did not seem like he was killing people, but was just waving it casually. Yet, The great Azuras just stuck their heads forward and let him kill them. Chuli rushed out more than 1,000 miles. The number of great Azuras that he had killed had already reached 20. The red glow on his body became even stronger. Based on what he knew, although there were many great Azuras in the Azura boundary, there were not as many as 20 of them within 1,000 miles. It was obvious that these great Azuras were going to attack Hidden Dragon City, because this place was close to it. Could it be that these great Azuras were going to attack Hidden Dragon City? As he pondered over this possibility, he continued to rush forward. Another great Azura rushed out from the forest beside him. This Azura had a profound cultivation level, and his aura was like a torrential wave. His eyes were clear, unlike the previous Azuras who all had bloodshot eyes. Chuli did not stop moving. He avoided the great Azura and continued to dash forward. This great Azura scoffed and followed closely behind him. Chuli was unable to shake him off for a while. Although his cultivation level was not at the level of a revered lord, it was still a rare sight. Chuli had already activated his sacrificial divine power. His body was like a shadow, but he could still keep up. Chuli frowned and growled. "Are you planning to attack Hidden Dragon City?" The great Azura was tall and looked like a handsome middle-aged man. As he followed Chuli closely, he shook his head and said, "What's there to attack in Crouching Dragon City?" Chuli scoffed. "Then why are they all near Sleeping Dragon City? There are no other places in the foreign realm battlefield that we can kill, so of course we have to go to the vicinity of Wulong City." The great Azura smiled. Chuli said, "You talk big. I don't believe that you've killed all the celestial beings in the foreign battlefield. So what if you believe me or not? You're going to die anyway." The great Azura shook his head and smiled. "Looking at your aura, you've clearly committed a heinous crime and deserve to die." Chuli laughed. "Killing Azuras isn't a crime. I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. You deserve to die." The great Azura scoffed and suddenly let out a long whistle. 3 long whistles were heard. When the whistles started, they were still far away. When the whistles stopped, they were already very close. 3 great Azuras fluttered over. The 4 of them surrounded Chuli. Chuli did not stop and asked, "Which revered lord do you work for?" "You know the revered lord?" The handsome middle-aged man was surprised. Chuli scoffed. "The Azura's revered lord can't be known by others. If you know our revered lord, it seems that you're not a nobody. Of course, if you were a nobody, you wouldn't have been able to kill so many Azuras." "Lufagia? How did you know?" "Because he died by my hand." "Impossible." "Ha! Can't he die because he's a revered lord?" "Did you really kill the revered lord?" The handsome middle-aged man's face darkened and his eyes glowed red. He was no longer rational and calm. Chuli nodded. "I killed him with my own hands. With your abilities, it's impossible for you to kill the revered lord. How about this?" Chuli laughed coldly. The 9 hilts above his head suddenly shot out a silver light that engulfed the 4 of them. When they saw the silver light coming, the 4 of them wanted to fight back but were instantly destroyed. The silver light passed through unhindered, leaving only 4 clouds of blood mist and 4 red lines. He only had 1 sword energy left in his 9 energy seas, which was the weakest sword he could unleash. These 4 red lines fused with his body, causing the red light to grow brighter. From afar, it looked like a blazing flame. Chuli shook his head and sighed. If he did not combine the 9 swords into one, he would have to spend some effort to deal with these 4 great Azuras. He would not be able to use his body movement technique without stopping and not interfere with his journey. The 9 swords into one was too powerful. It was not in vain for him to obtain it. However, he did not feel happy at all. Instead, his heart felt heavy. The handsome middle-aged man was not lying. The Celestials in the foreign battlefields had suffered heavy casualties, so most of them had retreated back to Sleeping Dragon City. Only those who were bold continued to rush back to the foreign battlefields from outside Sleeping Dragon City. Celestials were rare in the foreign battlefields, as Azuras were everywhere. However, Xiaoqi had suddenly disappeared. She definitely did not return to Sleeping Dragon City. Instead, she had disappeared. Could it be that one of the revered lords encountered her, and instead of killing her, he only abducted her? He immediately suppressed this thought. It was unlikely. If she really encountered a revered lord, Shao-Chi would have crushed the void-breaching bead and returned. Thoughts surged in his mind as he ran for his life. He activated the sacrificial divine power without stopping, regardless of the consequences. Later on, he encountered more than 10 great Azuras and killed them one by one. His 9 energy seas were once again filled with the 9 sword energies. He stopped in front of a ravine and frowned as he looked at the quiet ravine. He did not rush into it. Shao-Chi's aura finally appeared here. Could it be that Shao-Chi had stepped into the ravine and disappeared? Chu could feel the faint fluctuation of a formation. The power of this formation was shocking. It was definitely the work of a master. After years of refinement and the vicissitudes of life, the power of the formation had become stronger. It was almost like a natural formation. He could not break this formation in a short period of time. If it was not for his strong soul and sharp senses, he would not have realized that this was a formation. It was possible that Shao-Chi did not notice and directly entered it. She would then be trapped and unable to come out. It was obvious how powerful this formation was to be able to isolate his and Shao-Chi's senses. He took a deep breath and stopped using the sacrificial divine power. Instead, he performed the Heaven Man escape technique and flew inside with a smile on his face. Chapter 22:47. Chu grinned as he sat on the ground and looked at the valley in front of him. The force of the tremor was very strange. It actually scattered his internal energy. He couldn't circulate his energy at all, and he fell down from such a high tree. Luckily, his body was strong, and normal people would have fainted. He frowned and pondered. The Deva shedding technique could restrain formations, and it rarely failed. However, it failed this time. It was obvious that this formation was very strange. The Deva shedding technique did not use heaven and earth energy, but lifespan. It was similar to the power of time. It was the most inconspicuous but most powerful type of power. However, this formation was able to withstand this power. It was truly strange. When he got close to the formation, his intuition told him that Shao-Chi was inside and her life was not in danger. This made him sigh in relief. She should be safe for now, but it did not mean that she would be safe in the future. He did not know what dangers were inside the formation. He still had to break the formation to save her. He thought about it and took out a jade pendant and threw it into the sky. Bang! The jade pendant exploded in the sky and turned into a clear light that spread towards the valley. However, it suddenly disappeared above the valley. There was no change in the valley. It was obvious that the formation-breaking talisman had failed and could not break the formation. Chu did not believe it. He took out another 3 jade pendants and threw them into the sky. Bang! The 3 jade pendants exploded almost at the same time. The 3 sounds sounded like one sound. The clear light gathered together and began to spread like a wave towards the sky above the valley. Pop! An invisible force shattered the clear light. Chu Li's face darkened. He took out the last jade pendant. It was a dull jade pendant. It did not look like jade, but more like a stone. It was gray and had no luster. Chu Li took a deep breath. He almost never used this formation-breaking talisman. He would not use it if he could, but at this time, he could not care less and threw it into the sky. Boom! There seemed to be a muffled thunder in the sky. Then, the jade pendant exploded and formed a dark cloud that slowly floated above the valley. Pop! Another invisible force vibrated. The dark cloud shook as if it was about to disperse. However, it condensed and continued to float in. Chu Li sighed in relief and smiled. Pop! Amidst the clear sound, his smile froze as he watched the black clouds slowly disperse. Chu Li frowned as he stared at the valley. It seemed like he could only resort to this stupid method of deducing it bit by bit and using formations to break through this formation. This was usually the most energy-consuming and time-consuming method. He did not know how long it would take. He suddenly turned his head and stared behind him. Two Azuras slowly slid out of the forest with bloodshot eyes and pounced towards him. Chuli scoffed coldly. The regal sky sword flashed lightly and slashed the necks of the two great Azuras. The two great Azuras instantly turned into a mist of blood. Two red threads floated to his body, and the red light around him intensified. He thought for a moment, then took out 4 jade pendants from his robes and tossed them around. Instantly, a formation formed, and he fell into the formation. This way, even if there were great Azuras in the surroundings who sensed him and wanted to come over, they would fall into the formation and not interfere with his deduction. When he took out these 4 jade pendants, his chest was empty. There were no more jade pendants left. Carrying so many jade pendants every time was really a big burden. Unfortunately, he had to carry them. At critical times, he still had to rely on them. He sat cross-legged on the treetop of an ancient tree and leisurely moved along with the wind. He calmly began to deduce the formation. In the void of his mind, the scene of the valley began to appear. Straight lines appeared and connected the trees. Unfortunately, this valley was covered with a formation, so what he saw with his eyes was not the real appearance. It might be a confusing color. Chuli frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and activated the omniscient mirror. Then he focused all the clairvoyance range and kept shrinking it until it was only 100 meters away. Under such circumstances, the scenery in front of his eyes changed. The originally lush valley suddenly changed. It turned out to be a mixture of trees and rocks. He could not see these rocks at all from the outside. Moreover, these rocks were emitting a warm luster. They were jade stones. These jade stones were the source of the formation. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he saw these glowing jade stones and quickly imprinted them in his mind. Then, he used these jade stones to deduce the formation. Unfortunately, even though he could clearly see the position of the jade stones, he still could not understand the mystery of this formation. He had never seen this formation before. He needed to analyze it bit by bit. It looked simple, but was not easy. Time flew by as he was deep in thought. Before he knew it, 3 great Azuras had gathered outside the formation that he had set up. Their eyes were bloodshot as they entered the formation and were waving their palms in a frenzy. They treated the void as if it were Chuli as they struck the void with their palm energy. Chuli thought for a while and seemed to have realized something. He looked up at the valley and used the 9 swords to kill the 3 great Azuras. When the 9 swords returned, he continued to think, from noon to dusk, until the moon was in the middle of the sky. A bright moon shone above his head. The moonlight sprinkled on his body like water. He subconsciously cultivated the soaring star technique. He was still thinking about how to break the formation. The formation in the valley looked simple, but he could not break it. We meet again. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard. A middle-aged man in white stood on an ancient tree opposite Chuli. He smiled at him as the treetops moved up and down. Chuli frowned, but his expression did not change. He said, "Du Kellen." "Chuli," Du Kellen said calmly, "what a murderous aura. You've killed too many of our people." He was shocked by Chuli's murderous aura. How many Azuras had Chuli killed? His sins were monstrous. Chuli said calmly, "They wanted to die. I can't just stretch my neck and wait to be killed." Sigh. Du Kellen shook his head. "You don't have to worry about this anymore. I'll send you to hell today." Chuli said, "That might not be true." He was anxious and pointed at the valley opposite him. "Do you know where this is, revered Master Du? This is a dangerous place. You can enter but not leave," Du Kellen said. Chuli scoffed. "Can you enter, revered Master Du?" "I can't." Du Kellen shook his head. "Only fated people can enter. Unfortunately, those who entered never came out. They're dead." Chuli frowned. "Maybe they came out from somewhere else." "That's possible," Du Kellen said indifferently. "Are you trying to escape? You could try. I can't enter. You're lucky if you can. I'll spare you this time." Chuli scoffed. He could not enter either. It seemed like Shao Qi was fated. This made him secretly sigh in relief. There should not be any danger. The person who set up the formation would not be so bored as to kill a fated person. It was most likely a fortuitous encounter. He smiled as he thought about this. Du Kellen said calmly, "It seems like you're confident that you can escape." Chu Li said, "Revered Master Du, why do you have to kill me?" "You know," Du Kellen said, "you killed my subordinate. Of course, I have to take revenge. There's no need to say anything more. Do it." Chapter 2248. Chu Li's body flashed as he dodged the attack. Although he had killed so many great Azuras this time, his physique had improved greatly, his energy sea had expanded, and he could launch 10 sword wheels. However, he was not confident that he could defeat Du Kellen in one hit. Moreover, he realized that the more great Azuras he killed, the slower his physique improved. After killing so many great Azuras, he had only upgraded his sword wheel once. It was obvious that it would be harder to improve in the future. Perhaps activating the sword wheel 10 times was his limit. No matter how many great Azuras he killed, his physique would not improve, and his 9 energy seas would not expand. Therefore, there was no other way to defeat Du Kellen except to improve his cultivation level. Du Kellen's face was calm as he attacked with finger forces. His body was like a maggot attached to a bone as he stared at Chu Li. His finger forces were aimed at his vital points and were extremely fast. Chu Li tried his best to dodge them, as he did not dare to test their power. Du Kellen calmly shot out his finger energy, pressuring Chu Li. His body technique was fast, and his finger forces were fast. Although Chu Li's body technique was fast, it was still inferior. If he did not rely on the flying demon technique, he would have been hit by the finger forces in less than 3 moves. Du Kellen's left hand began to attack again. His finger forces and palm forces combined to form an area where Chu Li could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li used the shooting star finger to break his palm force and dodge his finger forces with his body technique. The shooting star finger collided with his palm force. It was like a boulder colliding with a dull sound. Du Kellen looked at him with a smile and attacked calmly. However, Chu Li could see through his sinister intentions. He wanted to slowly suppress him and exhaust his spirit and inner energy. When he was powerless to resist, he could only obediently accept his death. It seemed as if Du Kellen was wary of his 9 swords become one, but in reality, he was not afraid of the 9 swords become one. It was very likely that he had already thought of a way to restrain it. This made Chu Li even more afraid of acting presumptuously. His thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. TSS. The 9 sword wheels above his head suddenly turned into a silver light and shot out. Finally, Du Kellen chuckled. A bolt of lightning flew out of his sleeve toward the silver light. Chu Li's omniscient mirror saw that it was a short sword. It was extremely fast and was not inferior to the sword wheels. It was obviously a special skill. Bang! The silver light collided with the dagger, and a loud explosion was heard. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He felt that the 9 swords had lost control and were trying to escape from his control. The sword technique had lost its effectiveness. His 9 sea of energy shot out sword chi at the same time and landed on each of the swords. Then his right hand formed a sword seal and activated the fundamental formula again. This time, he gathered all the strength he had, exerting all the strength he could muster. The 9 swords once again condensed into a sword wheel, emitting a faintly discernible silver light. This silver light was not as bright and full as before. It was faintly discernible, as if it was about to be extinguished. It was worrisome. This ball of silver light shot towards Du Kellen, but Du Kellen's expression changed slightly. Another cold light shot out from his left sleeve, and like a bolt of lightning, it met the silver light. However, it disappeared without a sound, and the silver light landed on Du Kellen's body. Bang, 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 bang. Du Kellen was entangled with the silver light for a moment before he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His clothes were torn to shreds, his face was as pale as paper, and his aura was weak. Chu Li's expression changed drastically. Before this sword will could kill Du Kellen, his life would be over. His eyes focused, and a blue light shot out. Suddenly, the god-punishing thunder sword shot out. Bang, 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 bang. Duke Helen was sent flying again in the air, injured by the god-punishing thunder sword. Duke Helen's face grew paler by the second, but Chuli did not look happy at all. He clapped his palms together, and rays of golden light fell and turned into golden palms that engulfed Duke Helen. His true supreme titanium scripture was circulating madly. The sword of indifference also shot towards Duke Helen in a frenzy. Streaks of formless, yet substantial sword chi shot out without warning. Duke Helen countered it with a flick of his finger. Rays of finger energy hit the sword energy of the sword of indifference, and rays of finger energy hit the true supreme diamond palm, breaking the sword energy and the diamond palm. But he was not injured. Chu Li's killing intent surged, and he continued to shoot the god-punishing thunder sword. Duke Helen's eyes shot out a cold light, and he glared at Chu Li. Chu Li only felt a ray of lightning shooting towards him, almost blinding his eyes. He knew that this was another strange skill. He activated Mahavirokana's immobility scripture, dispelling this strange phenomenon, and continued to activate the god-punishing thunder sword, the sword of indifference, and the true supreme diamond scripture. Duke Helen shook his head and chuckled. His pale face was determined. He knew that Chu Li had used his ultimate skill, and he was no longer a threat. His figure flashed, and he evaded all the attacks. When he was close to Chu Li, he pressed his palm against his forehead. Chu Li felt a huge force suddenly appear, pulling him forward. It was as if he had a strong urge to stick his head out and let him hit him. Chu Li suddenly stretched out his left palm, and his palm met this palm. Bang! Chu Li's expression did not change, and he extended his right hand. The sky-killing sword was already in his right hand, and he lightly slashed it at Duke Helen. Duke Helen felt that his mighty palm hit thin air. Chu Li's body suddenly became void, and he could not feel any force. Then a huge force bound him, and he was about to be killed. He struggled with all his might, and with a light step back, he evaded the sky-killing sword. The sky-killing sword silently slashed past, circled around, and slashed at his neck again. Duke Helen retreated again and evaded again. Wrinkles began to appear on Chu Li's face. Duke Helen looked at him with a smile. How many more swords can you use? Chu Li was in a difficult position, and he slashed again. Duke Helen shook his head. He was not in a hurry to evade, and he waited for the sky-killing sword to come close before dodging again. However, he suddenly realized that a pure force surged under his feet, and it made him pause. Seeing that he could not evade the sword light, Duke Helen stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. Ding! With a clear sound, Chu Li only felt a vast force pouring into him. His body became half numb, and the sky-killing sword was about to fall out of his hand. He gripped it tightly, but this vast force was far stronger than him. He wanted to, but he was powerless. The sky-killing sword flew out of his hand. Duke Helen smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the sky-killing sword flew towards him. The 9 energy seas fiercely spewed out sword energy. The other 8 swords flew up and merged with the sky-killing sword in the air, forming a sword wheel. Then a silver light burst out and shot at Duke Helen. Duke Helen was already prepared when the 8 swords flew over, but he was not worried. Seeing the silver light coming over, he shot out another cold light from his sleeve. It was still a short sword, and it collided with the silver light. Chu Li secretly cursed him for being cunning. He had accumulated a sword energy in this short period of time, and could use the 9 swords as one, but he did not expect Duke Helen to keep a short sword. Bang! With an explosion, Chu Li finally had no more tricks to use. The 9 swords scattered, completely breaking away from his control, and all flew towards Duke Helen. Duke Helen turned his palm, and the 9 swords rotated in the air, forming a sword wheel. The high-speed rotation formed a clear light, and it shot towards Chu Li. Chu Li's expression was ugly, but he could only face it. Sword energy from the sword of indifference shot out, but they were shattered by the sword wheel and could not get close to Duke Helen. Duke Helen chuckled. How is my 9 swords as one? Terrible. Chu Li scoffed. Duke Helen shook his head. It's useless. You're dead meat today. Chu Li sneered and continued to attack. He did not give up and continued to accumulate sword energy from the 9 swords. If he wanted to escape with his life, the 9 swords were the foundation. Chapter 2249. Du Kellen shook his head and sighed. It's a pity to have such achievements at such a young age. Chu Li pursed his lips and activated the Sword of Indifference. He was completely immersed in the state of mind of the Sword of Indifference. There was no sadness, no joy, no worry. There was only the sword aura and Du Kellen in his eyes. The sword aura of indifference gradually changed and became more solid. The sword aura was originally condensed from the spiritual energy of the upper heavens and was far purer and more solid than the spiritual energy of this world. It was just that the level of his sword of indifference was too low. It was usually enough to deal with opponents of his level, but not Du Kellen. In this desperate situation, he went all out on the sword of indifference and immersed himself in it. Unknowingly, his understanding of the sword of indifference deepened and the sword aura became more solid. Ding, 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 ding. The sword will let out a clear ring. Du Kellen squinted his eyes and became curious about his sword aura. He smiled. What sword technique is this? The sword of indifference. Chu Li said lightly. The sword of indifference. Du Kellen muttered as he urged the 9 swords forward, but was blocked by the sword of indifference. The sword aura and the sword wheel were in a stalemate, which surprised Du Kellen. Initially, he thought that although his sword wheel was not as powerful as Chu Li's, it was enough to cripple Chu Li with his crushing cultivation level. He did not expect Chu Li to be so resilient, and the power of his sword energy was constantly increasing. How about this? I'll let you live, Du Kellen said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows, but was still immersed in the sword of indifference. Du Kellen said, If you join me, I'll spare your life. Chu Li shook his head. Du Kellen scoffed. Why, you don't want to live? I'd rather die than work for Azura. Chu Li said lightly. Moreover, I'm a celestial. I'm an enemy of Azura. How can I join you? I'll be a different species if I join you. Du Kellen said, As long as I become the ruler of gods, who would dare to disobey you? Moreover, your cultivation level is extremely high. We Azura respect the strong. Whether you're celestial or not, you have to respect us. Chu Li said lightly, Could it be that cultivating the Azura power technique can really make one an Azura? Of course. Du Kellen scoffed. As long as you can cultivate the Azura power technique to perfection, you'll be able to transform into an Azura and become the Azura deity king, commanding the entire Azura realm. Chu Li scoffed. If that's the case, all of you haven't perfected the Azura power technique either. Yes. Du Kellen nodded. While they were talking, Du Kellen was still activating the sword wheel, while Chu Li was activating the sword of indifference. The two of them chatted as they fought. There was not a single trace of anger between them, as if they were old friends. Du Kellen was looking for Chu Li's flaws. As long as the sword of indifference weakened, the sword wheel could directly cut off Chu Li's neck. Although Chu Li's cultivation level could not kill him, he could still severely injure him before he died, so he had to be careful. Moreover, he was quite afraid of Chu Li. He felt that this young man was extraordinarily intelligent and must have a trump card. If he attacked at a critical moment, it might damage his foundation. If that happened, he would not have any hope of becoming the deity king. This would be a great torture to him, and killing this young man would not make up for it. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate Chu Li's combat power. It would be best if he could recruit Chu Li and make him his right-hand man. That would be a great help to him in becoming the deity king, and there was a high chance of him becoming the deity king. Chu Li said, Even your honorable lord can't cultivate the Azura power technique to perfection, let alone a human. I'll tell you a big secret to show my sincerity. Du Kellen said, We can't cultivate the Azura power technique to perfection. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and showed a doubtful expression. Du Kellen said, Only humans can cultivate the Azura power technique to perfection. It's a technique specifically used to transform Azuras. We Azuras can only cultivate up to the 9th level, we can't cultivate to the 10th level. Chu Li laughed. That's interesting. He did not doubt Duke Kellen's words. After all, as an honorable lord, he was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. He was proud and upright, so he would never stoop to lying to him. Nonetheless, this news was indeed important, but it was only a bait. It was likely that no one had cultivated it to perfection. Duke Kellen said, "You don't believe me, do you?" Chu Li shook his head. "Is there anyone who has cultivated it to perfection?" "There really is," Duke Kellen said. "The Azura deity king from 10,000 years ago was cultivated by a human." Chu Li was surprised. Duke Kellen said, "As long as one cultivates the Azura power technique to perfection, they'll naturally become the Azura deity king and become an Azura, immortal and indestructible. It can be said that they're truly immortal, and they're even better than us Azuras." Chu Li asked, "The Azura deity king is immortal?" Duke Kellen shook his head. "The Azura deity king also has a lifespan. Once their lifespan is up, they'll be reincarnated and their memories will be erased. They're not as good as us, but as long as they become the Azura deity king, there's a chance that they can cultivate the Azura power technique to perfection and live forever." Chu Li frowned. "Ordinary Azuras can't cultivate it to perfection?" "They can't." Duke Kellen said, "We can't either. That's why we have to fight for the position of the Azura deity king. You humans have an innate advantage. You can cultivate it to perfection right away." Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "How could there be such a good thing in this world?" Duke Kellen said, "If the Azura deity king really cultivates the Azura power technique to perfection, what will happen? They'll directly step into the upper heaven." Duke Kellen said, "They might even ascend to the 33 heavens and live as long as heaven and earth." Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. "You're saying they'll cultivate the Azura power technique?" "That's right." Duke Kellen said, "With your aptitude, it's not impossible for you to cultivate the Azura power technique to perfection and become the deity king. I'll be the current deity king, and you'll be the next. It'll be a great story. What do you think?" "No." Chu Li shook his head. "I don't have that ability." He also knew the Azura power technique, but he felt that cultivating it was incomparably painful. It was practically an inhuman torture, just like King back then. The Azura power technique was not meant for humans to cultivate. It could drive a person crazy and forcefully turn them into cold-blooded and cruel people. Therefore, he would never cultivate the Azura power technique. No matter how powerful he was or how strong his soul was, he could not stop the changes in his martial arts. His temperament would change unknowingly, and he would be better off dead. "Looks like you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Duke Kellen's face darkened. "I'll give a try then." Chu Li scoffed. Duke Kellen yelled, "Freeze!" It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in Chu Li's ears. Duke Kellen instantly appeared in front of Chu Li and struck him with his palm, intending to seal his acupuncture point. Chu Li's eyes suddenly shot out a blue light, and the god-punishing thunder sword shot out. He channeled almost all the thunder in the thunder pearl into the god-punishing sword. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and Duke Kellen was sent flying. Chu Li's 9C of chi shot out sword energy. While he was talking, he had already condensed a round of sword energy and could take back 9 swords. Swoosh! A ball of clear light flashed, and Duke Kellen was enveloped by it. Chu Li did not hold much hope. The sword of indifference shot out as he wanted to kill him while he was down. Good, good. Duke Kellen's clothes were torn again, and he looked like a beggar. Chapter 2250. Chu Li frowned and drew his sword. The sword of indifference shot out one after another, becoming purer and purer. He had grasped the essence of the sword of indifference. As long as he had enough time, he could continue to improve, and its power would reach the level of the Sky Regicide. Unfortunately, he knew that Duke Kellen would not give him another chance. The void-breaching pearl was not by his side, and the flying divine demon technique could not evade Duke Kellen's body movement technique. With the desperate situation before him, He could only fight with all his might. Chu Li, you're really capable. Du Kellen took a deep breath and smiled as he shook his head. I really want to recruit you. Tell me, I'll agree to any conditions you have. Any condition? Chu Li asked in a low voice. He knew that Du Kellen was suppressing his murderous intent and was planning to kill him in one blow. He had no intention of asking him to surrender. He was only saying this to weaken his fighting spirit and give him a glimmer of hope so that he would not have to die together with him. Du Kellen nodded slowly. As long as I can agree to it, I'll agree to anything. As long as you're willing to help me become the ruler of God. How do I help you become the ruler of God? Chu Li scoffed. Du Kellen said, kill the other 3 honorable lords, and I'll naturally become the ruler of God. All right, I'll agree to it, Chu Li said slowly. But there's one condition. What condition? Du Kellen scoffed. Chu Li said, kill yourself. He was already in a desperate situation. Death was the only way out for him. He could not rely on luck anymore and activated the sacrificial divine power to its limit. He still had the life and death scripture, so he might be able to revive. He just wanted to provoke him so that he would kill him with one palm. Du Kellen chuckled and shook his head. That's impossible. I can't agree to it. Then there's no other way. Chu Li sighed. How about this? I won't die together with you. I'll do you a favor so that they won't take advantage of you when you're heavily injured. Oh, Du Kellen smiled at him. That's a unique way of thinking. Chu Li calmly replied. Asuras aren't the only ones who are powerful when they perish together. Then tell me, Du Kellen said. He felt that what Chu Li said made sense. As long as Chu Li did not use a technique that allowed him to perish together with his enemies, he would be considered to be helping him. Otherwise, he was not confident that he could escape unscathed. The power that could erupt from a group of masters who perished together with their enemies was extremely shocking. Chu Li said, grant me an intact corpse and return it to my wife. An intact corpse? Du Kellen looked at him from head to toe and said, could it be that you have some young returning spirit pill? Chu Li said lightly, yes, there's that kind of spirit pill. Let's see if I can return a yang. Du Kellen frowned and stared at him, trying to see if he was telling the truth. As a High Lord, he knew that there were some miraculous pills in the world that could resurrect the dead. However, no matter how miraculous the spirit pill was, it was impossible for it to be resurrected after being killed by an Asura. When the time came, he would directly crush his brain and heart. He didn't believe that he would still be able to come back to life. So he smiled and nodded. I'll tell you in advance, those I kill can't be revived. Chu Li said, you don't have to worry about that. All right, I promise you. Du Kellen said, then you can kill yourself. Chu Li shook his head. I won't kill myself. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Then I can't agree to your condition. Du Kellen said. He was still on guard against Chu Li's trick. If Chu Li really wanted to lure him into leaving an intact corpse, Chu Li might take the opportunity to use a technique that would cause him to perish together with Chu Li. If that happened, Chu Li would take him down with him. That would not be worth it. Chu Li did not say a word and continued to attack with a sword of indifference. He could faintly feel a trace of life, but he didn't know where it came from. He knew that he could struggle for a while, and maybe the time would come. Du Kellen frowned and stared at him. He wanted nothing more than to kill him with a palm. His aura did not change, but he had already activated his killer move. The next moment, his body suddenly lit up and he appeared in front of Chu Li in an instant. His palm had already hit Chu Li's chest. TSS. There was a clear whistling sound as a sword energy shot out. Du Kellen quickly retreated. His expression changed slightly when he looked behind him. A woman in a snow-white robe was standing there quietly, looking at him calmly. Then, she walked over to him and went straight past him to Chu Li's side. Chu Li was overjoyed. Madam, he did not expect that this chance of survival would fall on Shao Qi. Moreover, Shao Qi had a void-breaching pearl with her, so their lives were saved. Shao Qi smiled and let him hold her hand. Her bright eyes stared at Chu Li. When she saw that his face was pale and he was in a mess, she frowned and turned to look at Du Kellen. Chu Li smiled. I haven't introduced Madam. This is Du Kellen, Supreme Lord Du Shaoqi said. Supreme Lord Du Kellen's expression was calm. He smiled at Chu Li. It seems that this is Madame Xiao. She's really beautiful. Chu Li, are you willing to die with a wife like her? Chu Li chuckled. Madam is my lucky star. How can I die when she's here? You two should work together. Du Kellen said. I can help you two become a pair of lovebirds. Chu Li said, Supreme Lord Du, let me tell you a piece of good news. Lu Feijia has been killed by me, so you only have 2 competitors left. As long as you kill these 2 Supreme Lords, you'll become the ruler of gods. Lu Feijia. Du Kellen frowned and looked at Chu Li. You did this. I joined forces with someone else, Chu Li said. As expected of the Supreme Lord. Your cultivation level is amazing. I'm impressed. A master from Tai Hao Peak? Du Kellen scoffed. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Du Kellen said coldly, Chu Li, you're dead meat. Chu Li said, that depends on your abilities. If Supreme Lord Du becomes the ruler of gods, please show mercy. When he saw that Shaoqi came out unscathed, he felt relaxed. Moreover, with the void-breaching pearl, he was even more fearless. Du Kellen sneered. You'll definitely die if you kill Supreme Lords. Don't you want your corpse intact? If that's the case, go back and kill yourself so that you won't implicate your beautiful wife. It's such a pity that such a beauty died, Chu Li said. Then we'll have to rely on our own abilities. No matter how many Azuras die, as long as the ruler of gods becomes the ruler of gods, Chu Li, you'll definitely die. Everyone related to you won't be able to escape either. I hope you're prepared, Chu Li. Du Kellen said slowly. Chu Li said, does Supreme Lord Du have to do the same when he becomes the ruler of gods? You should know that it'll be useless no matter how many Azuras come. Based on his current cultivation level, an Azura would only be sending himself to his death. Even a great Azura would be useless. Only an honorable lord could kill him, and it was impossible for an honorable lord to enter the beyond heavenly realm. The top-notch experts from the beyond heavenly realm would definitely be dispatched. Du Kellen said, Chu Li, you're on your own. Du Kellen looked at him deeply and then at Shaoqi. Then, he turned and fluttered away, his tattered clothes fluttering in the wind. Chu Li smiled as he watched him leave. He let out a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Shaoqi. He laughed. Congratulations, madam. Shaoqi pursed her lips and smiled. What? Congratulations, madam, for saving your husband. Chu Li smiled. Shaoqi rolled her eyes at him. Chapter 22:51. Shaoqi pursed her lips and smiled. It's nothing much, Chu Li said. Madam, your fortuitous encounter is incredible. Shaoqi's cultivation level was originally far lower than his, but now she was only slightly behind him. The speed of her advancement was shocking, and it was obvious that she had a fortuitous encounter. If she was not so strong, Du Kellen would not have let her go. Shaoqi nodded. There's a senior shell in the valley. Chu Li said, I can't enter the valley's formation. Shaoqi frowned. Logically, you can't. That senior cultivated the sword of forgetfulness, and you've cultivated it too. Maybe there's another reason. Chu Li shook his head. It's good that you can go in. There's no danger in there, right? That senior has passed away, leaving only a trace of sword intent. Shaoqi said, it's a trace of sword intent from the sword of forgetfulness. It happened to be compatible with me, so it directly entered my body, changed my body, and greatly increased my cultivation level. Fortunately, I cultivated the sword of forgetfulness, or I would have died if I encountered this trace of sword intent. This trace of sword intent was extremely sharp, far surpassing the sword intent that she cultivated, and its power was amazing. If she had not cultivated the sword of forgetfulness, she would have died if she was touched by this sword intent. Chu Li said, it seems that this senior is really kind. Shaoqi nodded. Indeed, he's kind. If he really allowed people to enter, I don't know how many people would have died. Chu Li frowned and pondered. If that was the case, it was somewhat inconsistent with the sword of forgetfulness. Do you know this senior's identity? Chu Li asked. Xiao Qi shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't know her name, but I know her experience. She's a woman with a bad fate. She was abandoned by a man, so she lost her heart and indulged in the sword, which allowed her to cultivate such a sharp sword intent. Chu Li frowned. Are those who cultivate the sword of forgetfulness people with a bitter life? It's very likely, Xiao Qi said. Chu Li shook his head. This isn't forgetfulness, it's heartlessness. The sword of forgetfulness isn't that simple. Don't be led astray by this, senior. Xiao Qi said, I understand. She also vaguely felt that something was amiss. Back then, she had cultivated the Regal Sword Sutra. The Regal Sword Sutra was different from the Heavenly Book of Indifference. The Heavenly Book of Indifference was a level higher, but there were similarities between the two. She could distinguish the subtle differences between them. However, the sword intent that she had obtained was a little lonely, which was not very compatible with the purity of the Heavenly Book of Indifference. Chu Li smiled. Still, it's a good thing to be able to reach this level of cultivation. Let's go back. Who exactly is this Supreme Lord Du? Xiao Qi frowned. She glanced at the direction where Du Kellen had disappeared. She could still feel her heart palpitate. She felt that she was facing a monstrous wave and that she was as small as an ant standing in front of him. She could not even muster the will to resist. However, seeing him attack Chu Li, she could not care less about being afraid. Chu Li told her about Du Kellen's identity and what happened after they parted ways. Xiao Qi's face was calm and tranquil. Chu Li had been through countless dangers, and each time, he had narrowly escaped death. She could only hide her worries in her heart and did not want him to see them. Chu Li tightened his grip on her hand and felt guilty. He knew how Xiao Qi felt. When Xiao Qi was in danger, he was so anxious that he wanted to be in her place. Xiao Qi must have felt the same way, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could not just sit at home and cultivate and ignore the outside world. Every time he improved, it was after he had narrowly escaped death. He did not have a fortuitous encounter for free. Xiao Qi asked, Is Masters Junior Lu all right? The two of them fluttered back. The 9 swords returned to the top of his head and condensed into a sword wheel that slowly rotated. In the end, Du Kellen did not take the 9 swords with him. Otherwise, if Chu Li and Xiao Qi fought with their lives, he was not confident that he could win. Chu Li smiled. It'll depend on his luck. You should help him to the end. Xiao Qi shook her head. As a woman, she could not bear to see Lu Jianfei suffer, so she wanted to help the two of them. Chu Li said, Senior Lu isn't a young man. He can handle this. I'm guessing that he has entered the heavenly demonic realm and met his sweetheart. Lu Jianfei stood motionlessly in front of a towering peak. A young lady in green appeared and asked, Senior, what brings you to the butterfly dance sect? I want to see Yang Qingming, Miss Yang. Lu Jianfei took a deep breath. His voice was dry as he stared straight at the young lady in green. Masters Junior Yang? The young lady in green looked at him in surprise and shook her head. Masters Junior Yang doesn't see guests. Is she all right? Lu Jianfei stuttered. The young lady in green nodded. 10 years ago, Masters Junior Yang didn't see guests and went into seclusion. Please forgive her. Seclusion? Lu Jianfei frowned. His heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Seclusion usually meant death. The young lady in green could sense Lu Jianfei's concern. Masters Junior Yang did not have any enemies, so she gave a fist salute. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'm on duty, so I can't invite you into the sect. I want to see Miss Yang, Lu Jianfei quickly said. The young lady in green shook her head and smiled helplessly. Although Lu Jianfei was ugly, his expression was sincere. It was easy for people to get close to him and not hate him. Lu Jianfei took out a half-broken jade pendant and slowly handed it over. I'll wait outside. If she sees this, she'll see me. But Masters Junior Yang is in seclusion. The young lady in green said helplessly. Senior, forgive me for not being able to do that. You can show it to Miss Yang when she comes out, Lu Jianfei quickly said. The young lady in green sighed. I'm afraid, she shook her head. Master's Junior Yang hasn't come out for 10 years. She's probably dead. Lu Jianfei said. She must be alive. All right, I'll bring it up. But I can't guarantee that Master's Junior Yang will see her when she comes out. The young lady in green said. Lu Jianfei gave a fist salute. Thank you. I'll stay outside and wait for her news. The young lady in green nodded. She turned around and went into the formation, disappearing. Lu Jianfei anxiously and helplessly looked at the towering peak. This was Yang Qingchu's sect. He could not force his way in. Yet, he could not see her even though she was so close. This torment made him restless. He wanted to howl at the sky. A gust of suffocation was strangely uncomfortable. He sat at the peak of the opposite peak and looked straight in her direction, hoping for news. But after 2 days, nothing happened. After 3 to 4 days, it was still the same. His patience was wearing thin. The suffocation in his chest turned into a raging flame. He could not help but rush in to see Yang Qingchu. However, he knew that if he forced his way in, the two of them would never see each other again. Senior Lu? One morning, Chu Li's voice suddenly rang in Lu Jianfei's ears. He turned around and saw Chu Li. He was surprised. Chu Li, you're here too? Chu Li replied, I'm here to see Senior Lu. Haven't you seen her yet? He knew that Lu Jianfei was not happy with his appearance. He did not expect Lu Jianfei's sweetheart to be a disciple of the Dancing Butterfly sect. Hence, he rushed over. Lu Jianfei shook his head bitterly. She's in seclusion. Then we'll have to knock on her door as soon as possible. Chu Li said. Seclusion was a desperate attempt or discouraged attempt. No matter what the reason was, the outcome was usually death. Lu Jianfei sighed. If we don't see her today, we'll have to think of another way. Let me do it, Chu Li said. Chapter 2252. Lu Jianfei smiled. Chu Li, you can go in. Chu Li nodded and appeared at the foot of the towering peak in a flash. He took out a jade pendant and handed it to the young lady in green who had appeared out of thin air. I'd like to see Miss Qin Mingyan. This is the token. The girl in green saw the jade pendant in his hand and nodded. Young master, you are? My surname is Wu, Chu Li said. Just tell Miss Qin and she'll know. Yes. The girl in green glanced at Lu Jianfei and nodded at him. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Jianfei looked at Chu Li in shock. Chu Li smiled. Wu Yuanci is my alias here. Please don't expose me, Senior Lu. Alias? Lu Jianfei exclaimed. You're much better than me. He could not help but feel sorry for his incompetence. He had been here for so long, and yet he could not see the person he wanted to see. On the other hand, Chu Li could easily see the butterfly dance sect's disciples. The difference between them was indescribable. Chu Li asked, Senior Lu, have you thought about the worst outcome? I have. Lu Jianfei looked solemn and sighed. But everything is God's will. How can we go against it? It's best if she's alive. If she's gone, it's fine too. When he said this, his expression was calm and even a little indifferent. It was obvious that he had seen through the world. Chu Li sighed. If Miss Yang is really gone, Senior Lu should go to the boundless surpassing realm. Seeing through the world of mortals and emotions, cultivating in Buddhism would yield twice the result with half the effort. He would definitely become an eminent monk in the future. I'm not that dead yet. Lu Jianfei smiled. If she's really gone, I'll try my luck at the Azura realm. Chu Li nodded. Then let's go together. Lu Jianfei laughed. I have nothing to worry about, but what about you? Do you think you can get rid of beautiful women? So what if I can't get rid of them? Chu Li sighed. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me and even implicate them. I might as well go to the Azura realm. Lu Jianfei shook his head. You're saying it as if Qing Ming is really not here. Chu Li smiled sheepishly. All of a sudden, a light green figure appeared in the void. It was Qin Mingyun's tall and curvaceous figure. Her beautiful face revealed a puzzled expression as her clear eyes scanned between Chu Li and Lu Jianfei. Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. Miss Qin, you don't recognize me? Brother Wu. Qin Mingyun's smile was like a flower. She suddenly stepped forward and sized him up amidst the delicate fragrance. I almost didn't recognize you. Chu smiled and pointed at Lu Jianfei. I'm here to help. Senior Lu wants to meet a disciple of your sect. Yang Qingming, Lu Jianfei hurriedly said. Senior Sister Yang? Senior Sister Yang is in seclusion and won't see any guests. Qin Mingyun shook her head lightly and said apologetically, I know that this senior has been waiting for a few days, but there are rules in closed-door cultivation. I can't disturb him at will. If it's light, he might suffer from qi deviation. If it's serious, he might even lose his life. Chu Li said, Miss Qin, you must have a way. Big Brother Wu. Qin Mingyun hesitated. Chu Li said, Miss Qin, this is a very important matter. All right. Qin Mingyun sighed. We have a type of heart-cleansing incense. After using it, one won't suffer from qi deviation. However, this incense is rare and can't be used under normal circumstances. Chu Li smiled at her. Qin Mingyun scoffed. Since Big Brother Wu has spoken, I'll use it to awaken Senior Sister Yang. That's great. I owe you a favor, Miss Qin. Chu Li smiled. Qin Mingyun pursed her lips and smiled. Come in then. Chu Li glanced at Lu Jianfei. Lu Jianfei gave a fist salute. They followed Qin Mingyun and glided up to a small courtyard in a bamboo forest. Qin Mingyun asked someone to serve tea, and she personally went to summon Yang Qingming. Chu Li smiled at Lu Jianfei. It seems that Miss Yang is safe and sound. The Dance Butterfly sect had a profound background and knew whether a disciple was dead or alive. Judging from Qin Mingyun's situation, Yang Qingming was not dead. Lu Jianfei's face was tense as he nodded absent-mindedly. All of his attention was on Yang Qingming. He was worried about whether he would be able to see her after a while, and whether he would find out that she was no longer there when he opened his death door. Although his intuition told him that Yang Qingming was still alive, his feelings were too strong, and his intuition was not accurate. When Chu Li saw him like this, he knew that he did not want to talk, so he stopped. 15 minutes later, the sound of footsteps resounded out. Qin Mingyun walked in the front, while a graceful young woman in a jade-green gown followed behind her. Her face was covered by a white veil, and only her clear and watery eyes were revealed. They seemed as if they were enveloped by a layer of mist, causing them to seem melancholy, indistinct, delicate, and moving, yet reveal a chilly feeling. Chu Li exclaimed in admiration. Even if he did not look at the woman's face, her temperament alone was enough to make one unable to dislike her. Lu Jianfei jumped up, his body trembling slightly as he stared at her. Lips? Luan Bo Bo Ci Lai Yuan Huai Sun Chu? Shiver of a Mustang? Flirting with Song Jiao? Supporting the right arm? Choking. The young woman in the jade-green gown stared straight at him as well. Her eyes were red, and the white veil that covered her face gently fluttered, revealing her delicate snow-white face. He could tell that she was a beautiful woman. Chu Li sighed inwardly. The lovers had finally met. Qin Mingyun looked at Chu Li in surprise. She did not understand what was going on. Chu Li shook his head without saying a word. It was obvious that the Dancing Butterfly sect did not know about Yang Qingming's matter, or else Qin Mingyun would have known about it. When Yang Qingming returned to the sect, she probably hid this matter deep in her heart, and no one knew about it. Then, she went into isolated cultivation to suffer for the rest of her life. She never thought that she would have the chance to see Lu Jianfei again. Is this a dream again? Yang Qingming's cold voice mumbled. Lu Jianfei shook his head forcefully. Qingming. He went forward and pulled Yang Qingming into his arms. He hugged her so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands could be seen. Yang Qingming felt as if her body was about to be crushed by him, but she was overjoyed. This was not a dream. It was real. Chu Li walked out softly, and Qin Mingyun followed him. Although she was curious about Senior Sister's feelings, she did not say much at this time. She followed Chu Li out of the house, and the two of them walked for quite a distance until they reached the depths of the bamboo forest, where they could avoid being noticed. What's going on, Big Brother Wu? Qin Mingyun asked. Senior Sister Yang's sweetheart? Chu Li nodded. I've never heard Senior Sister Yang mention this. Qin Mingyun frowned. It seems like senior sister Yang hasn't left the mountain for 10 years, and she seems to have become indifferent to worldly affairs. Since he's her sweetheart, why did he only come to see her after so long? Chu Li replied, because he can't come over. Qin Mingyun became even more curious. Chu Li sighed. This senior Lu isn't actually someone from the heavenly demonic realm, but a celestial being. Impossible. Qin Mingyun shook her head and smiled. A celestial being can't enter the heavenly demonic realm. I brought him here, Chu Li said. Miss Yang fell in love with Senior Lu when she went to the beyond heavenly realm. But Senior Lu is a disciple of Tai Hao Peak, and he's an elite among the elites. How could the Tai Hao Peak leader allow a disciple to fall in love with a heavenly demon? That's why he refused to let Miss Yang go. He even said that if Miss Yang dared to return to the beyond heavenly realm, he would sentence Senior Lu to death. That's why Miss Yang didn't dare to take another step into the beyond heavenly realm. Qin Mingyun said, this Tai Hao Peak is too overbearing. Chapter 2253. Big Brother Wu, you did well. Qin Mingyun praised. How can lovers be separated by force? The Tai Hao Peak Master is too heartless. Why don't we let Senior Lu stay in the heavenly demonic realm, and they can be together? Chu Li said, that's impossible. The sect leader won't agree. No, the sect leader will grant their wish, Qin Mingyun quickly said. Chu Li sighed. You know about Tai Hao Peak? It's the top sect in the Grandmaster realm. It's no big deal. Qin Mingyun wrinkled her nose and scoffed. No matter how powerful they are, they can't enter the heavenly demonic realm. What's so great about them? Chu Li said, Senior Lu's cultivation level isn't simple. He's an elite disciple of Tai Hao Peak. Would the Dancing Butterfly sect dare to keep him? What if he returns to Tai Hao Peak in the future? Qin Mingyun said, are you afraid that he'll leak information about the Dancing Butterfly sect? Besides, it's not a big deal. Unlike the other devil sects, the Dancing Butterfly sect did not harbor any enmity towards the Beyond Heavens realm. The disciples of the Dancing Butterfly sect only went to the Beyond Heavens realm to broaden their horizons. Furthermore, as women, they did not have the desire to compete with men. Chu Li said, it's not appropriate. I believe that Senior Sister Yang will ask the sect leader, Qin Mingyun said. She felt that Yang Qingming would definitely ask the sect leader to take her lover in, and they would be together forever. Chu Li shook his head. No, Qin Mingyun scoffed. How can two people who love each other be separated? Chu Li said, that might not be the case. Lu Jianfei did not belong to the heavenly demonic realm. He had a bright future in the Grandmaster realm. Once he came to the heavenly demonic realm, he would have to hide and endure if he wanted to stay there for a long time. If Yang Qingming really liked Lu Jianfei, she would not allow this to happen. All right, how's Yi Qingsong from the Great Dream sect? Chu Li asked. Did the Great Azura assassinate him? There were several assassinations, but it's quieted down now. Qin Mingyun shook her head and pouted. The Great Dream sect made all the sects in the heavenly demonic realm stop Azuras from advancing. That's a good idea. Chu Li smiled. But in that case, no one can go to the Azura realm. Qin Mingyun said, actually, it might not be that good. Who knows if they will suddenly become stronger? If it was another divine king, anything could happen. Chu Li asked, where did their deity king go? He ascended. Qin Mingyun snorted. Chu Li nodded slowly. He had guessed this before because he had never heard of anyone who could kill an Azura deity king. Moreover, there were very few people in the world who could kill an Azura deity king, so they might not be willing to do so. In that case, the Azura deific king's ascension was the most likely possibility. Chu Li asked, without the deity king, won't the Azura realm become chaotic? There's also the four exalts. Qin Mingyun shook her head lightly and said, the Azura deity king usually doesn't care too much about things. Everything is handled by the four reverends. With the four reverends around, whether there is a deity king or not, as long as we don't start a war with other realms, it doesn't matter. How long will the Azuras go berserk in the foreign battlefields now? Chu Li frowned. Until the next deity king appears. Qin Mingyun sighed and said, the one most likely to become the deity king is Eastern Reverend Lu Feijia. He's the strongest and the most cunning. I'm afraid the other three won't be able to defeat him. What's next after Lu Feijia? Chu Li asked. He did not expect Lu Feijia, whom he and Lu Jianfei killed, to be so important that he was the one most likely to become the deity king. The remaining ones are Southern Reverend Zhao Yuanyang, followed by Western Reverend Du Kellen, and finally Northern Reverend Sui Miaozhu. Qin Mingyun said, Sui Miaozhu isn't likely to become the deity king. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Northern Reverend Sui Miaozhu? She's not a woman, is she? Yes, she's a female Azura. Qin Mingyun nodded lightly. Big Brother Wu, have you never seen a female Azura? Chu Li shook his head. Female Azuras are indeed rare. Qin Mingyun smiled and said, but female Azuras are all very beautiful and very alluring. I heard that men can't resist the charm of female Azuras. Chu Li asked, why are they so rare? Because they rarely leave the realm. Qin Mingyun said, they're not as bloodthirsty. Chu Li slowly nodded. Qin Mingyun pouted her red lips and scoffed. Actually, many people go to the heavenly demonic realm to see female Azuras. There are even people who keep female Azuras in the heavenly demonic realm. How embarrassing. Chu Li asked. Those female Azuras don't dislike us. They still like the heavenly demonic realm. Qin Mingyun said, if you and I are willing, no one will say anything. But you need to be capable enough to get a female Azura. Otherwise, the male Azuras will secretly kill you. Chu Li smiled. It's indeed dangerous. Yes. Qin Mingyun nodded. But some people are obsessed with lust and insist on pouncing on them. Now, they hate the Great Dream sect to death. Unfortunately, they don't dare to voice their anger. Can the two realms be restored? Chu Li asked. Master said it can. Qin Mingyun said, this situation won't last for long. Although many sects in the heavenly demonic realm don't have anything to do with Azura, they all want to go to the Azura realm. In the Azura realm, Northern Reverend Sui Miaozhu also wants to communicate with us. Chu Li asked, why does this Northern Reverend favor us? The heavenly demonic power is very helpful for female Azuras. Qin Mingyun's face was red as she scoffed. I heard that without the heavenly demonic power, it would be very difficult for female Azuras to cultivate. With the heavenly demonic power, the cultivation level of female Azuras will improve by leaps and bounds. They might even surpass the male Azuras. Chu Li slowly nodded. This I Ching Song has become an influential person now. Qin Mingyun pursed her red lips. I heard that his aptitude is amazing and his cultivation level improves by leaps and bounds. He also hates Azuras and has won the hearts of most of the Great Dream sex elders. As the two were talking, Lu Jianfei's voice was heard. Brother Wu. Chu Li quickly turned around. Lu Jianfei and Yang Qingming stood side by side, not far away, and waved at him. Chu Li went forward and smiled. Senior Lu, congratulations. Lu Jianfei was beaming with joy. The aura around him was completely different. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Initially, he would smile at everyone, but people could not help but feel pity for him. Now he was filled with joy from the inside out. It was as if he was glowing. This is all thanks to Brother Wu. Lu Jianfei said emotionally. I'm planning to stay here for a while. Sure. Chu Li smiled. You can stay as long as you want. Lu Jianfei said, Qing Ming and I want to stay in the town next door. Qin Mingyun quickly asked, Senior Sister Yang, isn't it better to stay on the mountain? Yang Qingming put her white veil back on and said, Jianfei's identity is special. It's not suitable for him to stay on the mountain. It's the same if he stays in the town. He can come back anytime. Junior Sister Qin, you can visit me often too. All right. Qin Mingyun smiled. Senior Sister Yang, congratulations. She could also see that Yang Qingming seemed to have changed into a different person. The melancholy that shrouded her disappeared. Chapter 2254. Qi Mingyan frowned. I really don't understand why he didn't stay in the sect. Chuli smiled. Maybe he was afraid that Senior Lu would feel uncomfortable. Both of them have deep feelings for each other, and it's not something we can guess. Miss Qin, I have to go back too. I can't stay long this time. Are you leaving immediately? Qin Mingyun asked reluctantly. Chuli nodded. The Grandmaster realm is very busy. Because of the Azuras, the masters of the sects on Ninth Heaven have gone to the foreign battlefields to fight against the Azuras. I've entered the foreign battlefields too. You have to fight against the Azuras too? Qi Mingyun was surprised. Chuli nodded. Qi Mingyun sighed. That's troublesome. The Azuras aren't afraid of death. They often die together. You have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Chuli smiled. Of course. After all, the heavenly demonic power restrains the Azura power technique. All right, since the heavenly demonic power restrains the Azura power technique, why aren't the female Azuras afraid of us? Qin Mingyun looked embarrassed. It seems that the female Azuras have a secret skill that can turn harm into benefit. Anyway, it's not a proper technique. I can't even be bothered to listen to it. Chuli laughed and shook his head. I see. The world is so mysterious. The heavenly demonic power and the Azura power can actually benefit each other. It's said that the female Azuras who have obtained the heavenly demonic power can become great powerhouses. It's a great deterrent to other Azuras. Qi Mingyan curled her red lips and said, That's why they need men from our side. Chuli pondered for a while and nodded. I see. It seems that the Azura power technique fused with the heavenly demonic power will be more powerful. This ensures the female Azura's status. That's why the North Honorable Lord tried his best to prevent the two territories from breaking off relations. That's right. Qi Mingyan scoffed. Chuli sighed. All right, I understand. I'll leave first. Brother Wu, have you heard about the divine demon herb? Qi Mingyan asked. Chuli was stunned. He shook his head. What divine demon herb? It seems that you really don't know. Qi Mingyun smiled and said, This divine demon herb is a gift from the heavens. It only appears once every 500 years. As long as you eat one, your body will become extremely strong and invulnerable. It is equivalent to cultivating the heavenly demonic power to perfection. Chuli raised his eyebrows. The heavenly demon herb has such a magical effect? Qi Mingyun nodded lightly and said, It should be true. It is said that the previous leader of the Great Dream sect consumed the divine demon herb. What is the origin of this divine demon herb? Chuli asked. I heard that it's not something from our world. Qi Mingyun furrowed her eyebrows and said, It belongs to a higher level, but it only appears once every 500 years in our world. If we can find it, we will have a meteoric rise. Cultivating the heavenly demonic power will be twice the result with half the effort, and it'll be very easy to reach the level of mastery. Chuli said, Only seen once every 500 years. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Last time, it was taken by the Great Dream sect. I'm afraid it'll be the Great Dream sect again this time, right? The Great Dream faction was similar to the Heaven-Shaking Tower in that they could predict the future and snatch fortuitous encounters. How could such a treasure escape the prediction of the Great Dream faction? If one waited a step earlier, they would definitely be able to get it before the others. It's very likely. Qi Mingyun sighed and said, This is how powerful the Great Dream faction is. There's nothing we can do. No matter how well-informed we are, it's impossible for us to find the divine demon herb because there's no pattern to its appearance. No one knows where it will appear, but we know that it will appear 10 days later at noon. Chuli furrowed his eyebrows and said, 10 days later at noon. He thought of his heavenly star insight skill, heaven's eye connection, and omniscient mirror. The combination of the three was already very powerful, but it had always been used to predict martial arts, to predict the pattern of the heart of Azura, and to predict his own fate. However, he realized that as his level increased and he came to the Grandmaster's boundary, Although the Heavenly Star insight skill had improved, it was not as accurate and sensitive in predicting the future. Otherwise, he would not have encountered so many dangers. He thought of the last level of the flying star technique. It seemed that he had to cultivate the last level of the flying star technique. The last level of the flying star technique was the prediction skill. It was the stronger Heavenly Star Jade stamp and the more exquisite Heavenly Star insight skill. Unfortunately, if he wanted to cultivate the last level, he would have to cultivate the 8th level first. After cultivating the brainwashing skill and strengthening his soul energy, he could then cultivate the last level of the prediction skill. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He did not know if he could cultivate it directly with his current soul energy, but he had a feeling that it might not be possible. He needed the brainwashing skill, but it was extremely dangerous. Everyone knows that the chances of getting the divine demon herb are not high, but they all want to snatch it, Qin Mingyun said. Maybe they're lucky enough to snatch the divine demon herb from the hands of the Great Dream faction. Chu Li furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Has anyone succeeded?" "Of course." Qin Mingyun said, "It's not always snatched by the Great Dream faction. I think they only managed to snatch it 4 times, but it's already amazing. They had 4 sect leaders who achieved perfection and ascended. The power of the Great Dream faction is not a joke." Chu Li said, "If the Great Dream faction is so powerful, they can predict in advance. Why do they still get snatched?" "It's luck." Qin Mingyun shook her head and said, "Man proposes, God disposes. The Great Dream faction relies on people to predict, but sometimes God plays tricks on them. Luck favors someone, but that person just had to snatch it. Moreover, most of the people who obtained the divine demon herb were not as skilled as the Great Dream faction." Chu Li smiled and said, "That's interesting. No matter how accurate the Great Dream faction's prediction is, they can't guarantee that they'll definitely get it." Qin Mingyun scoffed and said, "Moreover, it's not only the Great Dream faction that's good at prediction. There are others who are good at it too." Chu Li said, "The Dancing Butterfly sect wants to snatch it too?" "Of course." Qin Mingyun smiled and said, "How can we let go of this opportunity? However, it seems like no woman has ever snatched the divine demon herb before. It's as if they don't want us women to ascend." Chu Li smiled and said, "One can ascend after consuming the divine demon herb. After consuming the divine demon herb, one's body will become extremely strong, reaching the level of perfect mastery of the heavenly demonic power. As long as one cultivates the heavenly demonic power step by step, one will achieve perfect mastery sooner or later. Once that happens, one can ascend naturally." Qin Mingyun said, "Big Brother Wu, your aptitude is excellent, but won't be easy to cultivate the heavenly demonic power to perfect mastery. It's better for you to stay and see if you can snatch the divine demon herb." "All right," Chu Li slowly nodded. "I want to find a place to cultivate in isolation for 2 days. I'll protect Big Brother Wu." Qin Mingyun hurriedly said. Chu Li fist saluted. When Qin Mingyun saw that he had agreed, she instantly beamed with joy. Her steps were light, and she brought Chu Li to a mountain peak. There was a lonely stone house at the peak of the mountain, enduring the wind and rain, but it was the place where she usually cultivated in isolation. There was nothing in the stone house except a cattail hassock and a water bottle. There was not even anything to eat. After Chu Li entered, he suddenly calmed down. He took a look at the stone house and felt that it was luxurious. These stones were not ordinary stones, but they had a faint calming effect. Such stones were usually made into jade pendants, but they were used to build a house. It was truly luxurious. The Dancing Butterfly sect's strength should not be underestimated. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.